So very good morning as we're here again at the Queen's Park. Spartan, the home side, up against the ESAF Pickwick. That is Fusionz Boutique Spartan. As we're into day 3, they made an overnight declaration. The home side leaving the ESAF Pickwick with a target of 376 if they're going to get a victory. Excellent conditions here once more at the Queen's Park. The players are in the middle. Umpires are very much there in the middle. The open batters are there as we look forward to the first delivery of today's play, day 3 from Queen's Park Oval in the BCA Elite Division. With me, I'm Andy Payne, and alongside me is Wayne Holder. Good afternoon, Wayne.
Hi, Andy. Well, when you welcome the visitors, it was morning. Now you welcome me this afternoon. Good afternoon. What a difference a minute makes.
All within a minute.
But we're about to have the first delivery, which will be sent down by the medium-fast right armer, Stefan King. He's bowling to the diminutive Craig Holder, and striking the batter on the pad with a full pitched-up delivery, our first one up. Again, Andy, bright, brilliant sunshine, hot, steamy, arid, dusty conditions, and Pickwick with their work cut out at the start of the final day. And basically any result is possible, but I suggest that a Pickwick victory will be highly improbable, if not impossible.
Yes, let me just make correction to that total, Wayne. The required runs are 379. If they could get to that improbable total, as rightfully said. Not impossible. Like I said, the conditions are good for batting again. I mean, the outfield is still very much quick outfield. As you know, we've been void of rain throughout the country of Barbados, and anything beating the infield runs quickly. But the defense of the home side, they've got the options. If it was getting away from them, they could go on the defensive.
Well, yes, and all 10 wickets in hand. King from that southern end. And this one is again down the leg side. Skip and a take by keeper Teron Gibson. But yes, Andy, I did take a stroll out to the middle before the start of play, and I can tell you that the pitch out there is rock hard, quite pale in complexion. Doesn't seem to be a lot of moisture. And of course, we expect the Spartan spinners to do the bulk of the work today, but at the moment it is the pace of Stefan King, and again he's off target outside the off stump, and Holder just shouldering arms allowing the ball through. So any anticipation of what you think might happen here today, Andy?
Well, I mean, it's cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties, as we always say. But I would think the home side, they start with the advantage. They have already got their runs on the board. It's just a matter of getting 10 wickets. The expectation of getting 10 wickets against the opposition, trying to get 379 runs. I think the likelihood of getting 10 wickets seems a bit greater.
Good delivery on target. Pressed up towards the mid-wicket fielder. There is no run. Just to remind anyone who may be joining us for the first time here in Queen's Park, remember this is the third series of the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Division competition. ESA Field, Pickwick, the visitors at Fusionz Boutique Spartan. And 2 days are completed, and the first over completed. At the end of that first over, it is no run for no wicket. Quiet start here for the Spartan team, for the Pickwick team in their second innings.
Yes, and you just need to be watchful, as you would imagine. Starting here, trying to get up to that total of 379. It's a really massive total. We noticed home side declared overnight at 364 for 2. And with that lead that they had, just making it a massive total really to get up to. So I'm thinking that the opening batters, they will be as watchful as they can be, just trying to get themselves in, trying to get a partnership going And that will be the main thing at the beginning of this inning, try to get to 1 hour's play.
Spartan last Saturday racking up 233 all out in their first innings, to which the ESAF Pickwick team replied with 119 all out. Very disappointing reply, and conceding a lead of 114, and Spartan really building on that and really pushing the game very much out of the reach of the Pickwick side with this massive 379 to get. So it's Micaiah Simmons, the opening partner of Craig Holder, so the right-handed Simmons, and of course, who else but Andre Ayers Marshall starting the bowling from that end for the Spartan team. The Pickwick team may be a bit tired of seeing Andre Marshall. Had a long stint in the first innings, a 5-wicket haul. Here he is, he's going to be a nemesis in the face of the Pickwick side today, well as anticipated.
Yes, Wayne, and you know, he had that northern end all locked for himself.
Their work set out, their plan would have been at least to survive the day. I mean, the conditions are good for batting, there's no doubt about that. And that puts things a bit in their favor as far as I said, surviving this day is concerned. But it's going to take a lot of diligent application on the part of their batsmen. 2 maiden overs to start the day, and I think that may very well be a pointer to the approach that we expect to see from that Pickwick will be bringing to the game today.
Yes, and like I said, the aim will be to dig deep, bat as long as you can. Just try to get partnerships. I don't think you will go about setting out to challenge the total immediately. You just play session by session, hour by hour. Just want to get scores, see where you're at. If your wickets in hand thin as you go into the last session of the day's play, and there's an opportunity to challenge for the runs, I think that would be the method of play here.
Well, yes, I think you read it very, very correctly, Andy. It's about setting small targets. As I said, getting to the first refreshment break with this pair still intact. Losing a minimum amount of wickets in the first session before lunch, and then reading the situation from there for the rest of the afternoon. Some 75 overs available for the Spartan team to bowl, a minimum of 75. And King not forcing the batters to play a lot. He's been a bit both sides of the wicket.
Yes, on right hand medium fast, Wayne, you got the ability to really shape the ball away from the right hander. So we'll be looking to bring it back into the left-handed holder. But like you said, a bit off radar as it stands. Just the left hander, just give him a bit of difficulty to get them aligned.
Here he is. Again, he's outside the off stump. But you know, Andy, it is cricket bowling sometimes can be fairly funny. I mean, he's a natural outswinger, King, to the right-handed batter. But bowling to the left-hander, you would think that he would be able to get the ball to swing in prodigiously to the left-handed players. But it is not so simple as that. Having to pick up that different line. Starting outside the left-handers off stump, it's a bit easier to come straight on and get that natural outswing going.
Yes, he's a skillful enough bowler. I'm sure he's just trying to get his rhythm going. Just want to make sure he's hitting those lengths as he often bowl consistently. Stephen King. But yeah, like you said, you would think that he generally would just hit those shots from the beginning, but that hasn't been the case here this afternoon.
You have had the privilege of playing alongside one of the outstanding fast bowlers, especially to left-handed batters. Talking about none other than Kemar Roach, who was let's just say a former, still a Maple man, and a teammate of yours in days of yore.
Yes, Kemar Roach, yeah, very much a teammate of mine. We would have, when Kemar started, I very much was there, part of the Maple setup. I also had the opportunity to captain Kemar on occasions. Like you said, what a great exponent of bowling to left-handed batters.
Well, yes, he's developed that reputation for himself, and he's been troubling left-handed batters right up to, well, only this week, I would like to say. Unfortunately, an injury would have put an end to his county championship adventure there with Durham in the English county competition. Another maiden. So nothing happening here as far as run scoring is concerned. Another maiden from King, still yet to get the batsman playing consistently. So giving Brathwaite, Simmons and Holder the opportunity to get a sighter. Marshall bowling with, he's got a slip, he's got a leg slip, and the captain has just moved the man at forward short leg into a silly point position over from the leg side onto the onside. As this delivery is hit past that man at silly point, it traveled in the air, but very, very quickly, no chance of making a catch of it, and eventually Pickwick gets off the mark. A couple of runs to Micaiah Simmons.
Yes, delivery a bit short on this occasion. As you saw him brought that man over on the offside, silly mid-off position, obviously thinking that he's getting a little bit of turn and Andrea Marshall, and you ought to get the batters, as you saw that one, spin and bounce, and that's where you think that he will form a mode of dismissal more on the offside as opposed to the onside.
Well, actually that delivery, I think forced that attacking shot, the delivery, the placement of the fielder. I think would have forced that attacking shot out of Simmons, in that the previous delivery, he pushed a similar delivery square on the offside, and seeing the man in front of him, he decided not to just drop it in front. He decided that he wanted to hit the ball. So interesting tactic here from Marshall. He's going to bowl a lot more off stump. Again, he's outside the off stump. This one is off the outer half of the bat, and another couple of runs picked up here by Simmons. So once again, Marshall very much on top of the game, reading the situation, looking to set his man up. Now immediately gone to a line exclusively on or about the off stump. Yes, this one a bit too full, and the ball hit up to the fielder at mid-on. Nice generous hop out of one of those cracks out there, Andy. And with Pickwick eventually getting off the mark. Simmons is 4. He's all 4. Pickwick 4 without loss.
Yes, I saw that over Andrea Marshall, just extracting a little bit of turn out to the surface, Ian. And also saw some bounce, as you saw one that really went through to keeper Gibson. But you saw him also just implementing that feeder at the silly mid-off, just asking something different of Simmons. And like you said, Simmons playing a bit more aggressive with the implementation of that man coming in at silly mid-off. But Andrea Marshall, the Willie campaign, I'm sure he knows his mode of dismissals is off that outer portion of the bat.
Well, yes, it will be Holder's opportunity to try to get off the mark now. Still scoreless after some 4 overs. Once again, he's watching one outside the off stump, angling across him and into the gloves of keeper Gibson. But we did mention the uneven nature of the outfield, the cracks, and we saw that ball react quite strangely on that final delivery of the over. It did also go out onto the middle, as I mentioned to you. There are some cracks and some crevices around, although to compare with some of the grounds which I've seen this season, Queen's Park definitely not the worst.
Yes, I can tell you it's been so dry all around the country, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast. I think the fielders have done brilliant here, Ian, after seeing how those cracks and crevices, like you mentioned, around the square. I mean, you saw that bounce, that generous bounce, but as much as it was generous, sometimes they could be dangerous.
But yes, that was awkward. The fielder was in a position where he actually benefited by the reaction of that ball. It bounced straight into his hand, up shoulder high. But all things being even, conditions very much in favor of the batters, I would want to suggest. King is in. And this time he's forcing Holder to play, walking forward to a pitched up delivery. So one thing you can say for Stephon King, he has kept a fairly full length so far.
Yes, and at his pace, that is where he operates. He operates between that 4 to 6 feet length. Trying to get the batters on the front foot. He haven't done that as yet, especially to the left-hander, like you said. Just probably posing a little bit of problems for his preferred liking. But Holder continued to be watchful. Like you said, he's batted some 14 deliveries now in, and that's all off the bowling of Stephon King. Change.
Once again, this one on target, so getting his line finally right. We've also noticed that he's changed to around the wicket. So looking to change that angle, looking to get into that off stump. Was on the ground earlier this week, Andy, and you know I have this philosophy, as if you may call it that, about cricket. That cricket is about the ball and about watching the ball, whoever you may be.
Right.
And actually, I was on an outfield this week, and I was telling myself, yes, I believe in watching the ball, but if I was feeling or here, I would have to be watching where I'm stepping. I mean, watching the ball would be secondary. I won't call the name of the ground, but it was, I mean, I saw almost some caves. And I thought to myself, a couple of sprained ankles and sprained knees, twisted knees were on offer. This one, nice, correct defensive, right on target this time. So coming around the wicket has actually assisted King in helping to get the batsman playing, but Holder very much up to the task. Another King maiden, and still remaining 4 without loss after 5 overs.
Yes, another discipline over there by King. Like you said, changing his line, going just going around the wicket to the left-hander, and it seems like he's getting himself in a better position to ask Holder to play out some deliveries, as you saw in that over. Also saw one just spread on the legs. So brilliant hit by Gibson, who continues to impress behind the wicket.
Marshall it will be. Nice sharp take there by Greenwich onto the helmet there at silly point. Reflex grab. Spin and bounce, Andy.
Yes, that one really carried on past the outer edge of Simmons. And again, bounce prodigiously there. And another nice take there by Gibson. But this is what Andrea Marshall can do. Just seeing him getting some spin over the wicket, bounce as well. And again, Simmons equal to the task, not getting the edge on that occasion, but good bowling from Marshall.
Getting an opportunity to play off the back foot. So Simmons has looked a bit more comfortable when he's been allowed to play from the crease, when he hasn't been drawn forward. He just down the leg side, he'll get a couple more.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's going to run all the way down to the boundary. Look almost like a harmless tickle. But this outfield, which we have commented throughout the duration of the match, has been extremely quick. That one down the slope to the southern end. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, Marshall just being a bit off line, like you said, getting a bit of bat onto that one. I think he was striving for the arm ball on that occasion. I didn't really get it directed as he was like, and just getting a bit of bat onto it. They said this outfield continues to be really fast, and anything beating the inner portion of the field, it just runs all the way to the boundary. So 4 to Simmons, 4 to his good.
Yes. Looking to build an innings here, young Simmons. Didn't get a lot in the first innings. It's another full delivery. He's driving this one straight. Some work for young Newton there at mid-on. So for the first time, I think, we're going to see Holder facing up to Marshall.
Yeah, he's had some 18 deliveries previously, and all were off the bowling of Stephon King. So Andrew Marshall, first time as well to the left-handed holder, who's yet to get off the mark.
So that's a bit of gardening. Captain Springer, that slip for Spartan is coming forward, playing an immaculate forward defensive shot off the middle of the bat, straight to the man at mid-on. And another Andre Marshall over comes to an end. ESA Field Pickwick set 379 to win in the entire final day's play. The 9 without loss. Only 370 more to go.
Big target ahead of them there, Ian. But I can tell you, if I was Craig Holder after milling that ball in the final delivery from Andre Marshall, I think that would do my confidence so much of good. So that one hit him bang in the middle. Timing was perfect. Just hitting it up to mid-on. He didn't get a run, but timing it like that and getting it in the middle always give the batter some confidence.
Well, yes, and it tells him that the pitch can be trusted. Coming and stroking through the line, more or less. The person has some very good brakes over there on the highway. But it will be Stephon King once again. Queen's Park. On the edge of the urban bridge town. And the right-handed Simmons, like Marshall in the previous over, gets an opportunity to face up for King for the first time.
Yes, and I think King, he'd be a bit more comfortable bowling to the right-handed Simmons. You saw that one by on target. Just getting a bit of the inner portion of the bat and ricocheting into the pads. No danger.
King is getting this one away. Chase here for the man Brown from mid-on. Pulls it back just inside the rope at a wideish long-on position. And Simmons helps himself to a third run.
Yeah, just over pitch on the legs. And Simmons getting into a lovely position and hitting it past the mid-wicket region. Achilles Brown giving chase. Pulled it back right in front of the rope as they come back with 3. But again, good timing on that occasion, and just continue to emphasize on the nature of this pitch.
Early days yet. The steaming sunshine. King turns, runs in with the lake at Queen's Park at his back. Again, Holder is across his wicket. Playing again with the full face of the bat back along the pitch to the bowler. But Spartan with a whole day in which they seek to acquire 10 wickets.
Shot.
King is outside the all stump. He's short. He's slapped out behind point for 4.
Yeah, whiff given, and he had the arms really. Holder, short delivery as well outside the off stump, and getting into a good position and hitting that one past point and into the boundary for 4. And again, pace of this outfield, once you get it past the inner field, it's running away to the boundary with quiet ease. So Holder, he gets off the mark with the boundary.
Well, so he'll feel a lot better for the breaking those shackles, getting off that dreaded duck. And more runs, this time on the onside. King now a bit too straight. A couple more to hold.
Yeah, just trying to compensate after being so wide outside the off stump on the previous occasion and just coming a bit too straight and just picking that one off is Holder. A good left-handed opening bat. Get those balls on the stumps on a good surface, you're not going to miss out. So just trying to get that consistency is Stefan King.
King is outside the off stump and oh my goodness. With disdain, just standing and delivering, hitting this one perfectly square off the back foot. Quite a finish, quite a flourish to the end of that Holder, that over from King. We see it again. Holder just standing his ground and off the back foot.
Yes, again, that inconsistency from Stefan King outside the off stump, wide again to close out the over, and Holder, who's really getting himself set now, and that's it. You need to get a start, you need to carry on, but giving room outside the off stump on short and hitting that one past backward point. So 2 cut shots to gain runs in that over. So like I said, he's spending his time. He's batted some 24 deliveries, Wayne, and he's really getting himself going now.
Well, I remember in the first innings he was dismissed attempting a similar shot. Edge through to the keeper. Onto the front foot comes Simmons. A confident looking flowing drive up to cover. But yes, remember Holder in the first innings getting a delivery outside the off stump. Wasn't as short as those previous 2. And looking for that cut shot. Coming late on the shot and getting it off the bottom edge. And gobbled up behind by Teron Gibson. Marshall starting his approach even in front of umpire Jones at that northern end. So conservative is that approach. I think you can say, well, just over 2 meters, about 2 meters, 2 steps, and then the delivery stride. And this one is driven gracefully over pitched and welcomed by the right-handed batter, stroking it in the gap. And all of a sudden, life is looking a bit easier, or a lot easier, for the Pickwick opening pair.
Yes, over pitch there is Andrea Marshall. Again, a good surface here for batting, and anything over pitch, the batter is getting to it. You see him here on the replay, getting into a lovely position and flowing that one again past the inner field. And we know the result once it gets past that fielder in the ring. But again, Andrea Marshall just getting a bit too full, and Simmons giving the full treatment.
Well, let's see how he responds. Again, he's bringing him forward. He's going to get a single, but the single was there for the taking, actually. I think Holder's quite hesitant. I think Holder may be suggesting to his young partner that you didn't call.
I think he was a bit blinded as well by Marshall on the follow-through from the non-strikers in, so maybe allow the call, as what he's asking.
I was speaking to a very experienced, that's the end of the over 26 without loss to Pickwick, but I was speaking to an experienced umpire only during the week, and he was mentioning to me about some of the observations he would have made, and he actually suggested that a lot of the younger players, calling is not very popular, to use his term. The rudiments of the game, the basics that you would have been taught from as early as primary school was about the importance of yes, no, or wait.
Yes, and like you said, those rudiments were very much implemented into you. And with the advent of so many run-outs in the cricket, as you've seen, I've recently had one in this game as well. But obviously you want to be able to trust your partner You will need to be clear in your calls. Yes, no, wait, like you rightfully said, Wayne. But it's surprising to hear from that umpire that that's not something that's coming from the younger players.
Well, yes, it's just one of those, to say, faults that he would have seen, flaws in the game. I mean, and these things, they may seem unimportant, but you know, you cannot overstate and overemphasize the importance of implementing the basics, whatever it is. So you're going to see, but I did notice after those two back cuts by Holder off King in the previous over, at the end of the previous over, that Shem Holder immediately started to to swing the arms and warm up, and there is he offering the same thing. Another delivery short outside the off stump, and like taking candy from a baby. Craig Holder slaps it away in front of point for another boundary.
Yes, another bad delivery to start there by the off spinner, short and outside the off stump, an area where it looks like Holder is very strong in. It seems like one of his favorite areas, hitting that one square into the offside again and picking up yet another boundary. But you just need to probably look at the lines that they continue to bowl to Holder.
Well, consecutive boundaries off the last 3 deliveries he faced. There he gets a full delivery this time, not putting it away. So he's 14. And hitting this one again, now Holder. A bit fuller, but not quite as full as the last delivery. 2 slips, same place. And he's bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. Pushes this one through outside the off stump. So spin introduced after 8 overs. Nothing surprising about that in Queen's Park. There's Spartan in the field. This one picked off again. So Holder has really gotten into his stride. And there he saw him taking a stride out to a fullish delivery and piercing the infield out to the deep extra cover boundary. 4 more. He's doing anything 4. I think he struck some 4 boundaries in his 18. And after going some more than 14 deliveries before he got off the mark, he suddenly rushed up to 18. It's 34 without loss.
Yeah, some 4-4s. Last couple of deliveries he's batted here, Wayne, and you putting pressure on Shem Holder immediately. He started with 2 boundaries in his first over.
He is getting this one up on the leg stump, clipped away into the, I think, into the ankle, somewhere on the lower part of Jaden Norville's feet or legs. I think now he's showing some attention to his knee, his left knee. No damage done other than a slight bout of pain to the fielder because the ball ricocheting up to mid-on. The batsman didn't benefit by any score. And the end of the first over of off spin, right arm off spin, 34 it is without loss. This pair are beginning to look more and more settled.
Yes, man, like I said, it's a good pitch. Conditions are good for batting. The outfield is very quick, and you just need to get yourself in on this type of surface. It's that type of pitch that once you give yourself a chance, you see, you saw last innings, Akil Greenwich just stalking himself out and picking up a century. It's that type of wicket. I mean, you just need to be there. You don't try to give your wicket away. Boundaries are for the taking as the outfield is so very quick, and this player seems to be setting himself up for what's first half an hour just about approaching. And they've done well.
He's gotten in very well. Is Simmons long on to the front foot. Again, he's stroking this one up to the short extra cover. Just take a look at the field, and there are 2 slips and the silly point, Manak backward point, cover extra cover and a bit off. So the fielder's on the onside. Simmons this time is going back to a straighter delivery from Marshall, a bit faster. And then the onside, just the 2 fielders on the onside, the mid-on and the straightish mid-wicket. first bounce into the grasp of Greenwich, who looks really turned on there at Silly Point. This one is driven. This gone over the top. And they are going to come back for the second run. But not suspect not fully in control there. Simmons coming onto the front foot and looking for the drive. Safely over the head of the cover field though. Picking up 2 more.
Keep going, Sims. You got it better than that, stud.
So Marshall sainting that he would have baited his man there, slightly deceiving him. It's a bit faster again than that arm delivery. Simmons comfortably, as I mentioned before. When playing on the back foot looks a lot more comfortable. You can hear that strong breeze rustling the microphones. That's another harmless delivery. Pickwick now 36 without loss. They faced some 10 overs. Simmons on 18. And Holder also on 18.
Yes, Wayne, both batters finding themselves on 18 and slightly off 30 deliveries each. So good, even Stevens both the batters. But this day is going to call for a lot of patience, a lot of application from each side. Right? You just need to stay patient as long as you could. As you saw, Simmons just getting a little bit adventurous in that previous over and not timing that delivery well, that he just got over the cover feeder, like you said. But you just need to continue to be patient and waiting for balls to be in his area to score.
Shem Holder with the second over. I think that might have been a close call. Interesting to see it again, but the return coming in from the fielder at mid-off into the hands of the bowler, not able to hold on, but a direct hit would have probably made it even more interesting.
It's again a ball that was so well timed that it got to the mid-off fielder very quickly there from the left-hander. And he thought he had an easy single, but getting onto it quickly there looks like a substitute. Feeder
Joshua
Drakes. Yeah, and getting a good return back into Holder. But in the end, Holder got home. This is Craig Holder, the batter. Shem Holder is the bowler.
This one again, Drakes is it in action. And his return is not backed up at the end, and it goes for 4 overthrows. I don't think the fielder can be held at any fault there whatsoever, Andy.
Yeah, it's got to be between the wicket keeper and that man at first slip. The delivery thrown at the non-striker's end, and once he misses, there's someone behind the keeper to back that up. I don't think they got there quickly enough, and like I said, overthrows. So 5 runs to the good of Simmons. He'll take that.
Well, that's what you get for applying pressure there. It was a sharp single taken. I thought it was well judged too. But the fielder, he had to, once he picked it up cleanly, have a shy, give himself a chance of a run out.
Yeah, like you saw in the replay, in the camera shot, it was the keeper and the man at first slip who were a bit late.
Yeah, so the out cricket a bit lacking outside the off stump is Holder, so it's Holder to Holder. Shem Holder, the off spinner, to the left-handed batter, Craig Holder. Pitched up, driven, bends down, gets a hand to it.
I think that's King.
King it is, parries it up to cover, bend at second slip in fact. Backward point, Marshall at second slip. This delivery's outside the off stump. So Holder's looked really comfortable to his namesake so far. Early days yet in his spell, Shem Holder, only second over. And Craig Holder right over the top of it, playing it under the eyes as in the approved fashion. That's another over completed. Pickwick 42 without loss. think we can start to use the word solid as far as this opening partnership is concerned up to this stage.
Yes, and solid it is. Like I said, just giving himself that time in the middle and just getting a lot more comfortable for the opening pair. So Simmons in particular getting on the front foot and hitting those balls now from the spinners in front of him. You said he looked a lot more at ease on the back foot, but coming on the front foot previous over and stroking those balls up to long on, he looked to mid on. He looked so much more comfortable. Holder, Craig Holder, that is, he as well looked very confident. When we said that from the sense that 4 defensive shot in that over from Marshall, and ever since that, you've seen how confident he's looked.
Yeah, sometimes it's all it takes to find the middle of the bat. It's a feel that goes with it. You might know of it better than I do. You've scored a lot more runs than I have.
I don't know if all of them came off the middle though.
As this one is picking up at least one. Yes, it will only be one. Stroking it square on the offside.
And you see the comfort again, like I said, on that front foot. Simmons is getting really in stride here now is young Makai Simmons. And like to see him on the front foot a bit more, especially to Andrea Marshall, who's got that tendency to really pin you on that back foot. But coming forward, he looks so much more comfortable.
Feature of his batting as young Simmons is picking up the lengths. I think he's done a good job at picking the length of the deliveries. This one does a bit of the pitch, I believe. It ends up ricocheting into the hands of the leg slip fielder. Down the leg side it goes. Let's see how Marshall comes in, and Holder is tickling this one down to the 45, picking up a single. Marshall actually, did I detect him coming over the wicket or going in between the umpire and the stumps? As is his wont, field changes over for the right-handed Micaiah Simmons. Recent product of the Barbados youth system, Simmons. That is so shoulders, arms, allows this one to the keeper. Heading up towards the 50 mark. Marshall now completing his 6th over, and he's picked up some, but he's yielded some 17 runs.
Yes, Andrew Marshall, like you said, he's prepared to bowl long spells here. When I was to talk about the youthful Makai Simmons, just like his front foot play, like I said in the previous over, he's looked so much more comfortable, especially against the likes of someone like Andrew Marshall, who's just a wily type of bowler, wants to get you on the back foot.
Holder is full, driven off the bottom of the bat. So let's describe it as Shem to Craig.
Can't even say sea holder to sea holder.
You can, but that would help a lot. Around the wicket is Shem, and Craig is onto the front foot. This ball still quite new, hard. The off spinner might still not be getting the grip that he might require. Not able to get that ball to really spin off the pitch. Put those revs on the ball. Outside the off stump, driven, but straight up to that man again. Joshua Drakes, the substitute fielder. Who was the missing fielder?
I think it's Achilles Brown. Ever since he got that knock that you spoke about a couple overs previous.
Had to come off Achilles Brown. So it's had a bit of a testing time. He had to come off during his innings in the first innings. So a strange condition, situation. Again, Holder is flighting this one up, and it is waiting on the back foot there, Holder, waiting for that one to drop, I thought, Craig, and not timing it very well. Quickly getting through his third over is Shem Holder, and it remains on 44 for no loss. We've had some 13 overs bowled so far in the 45 minutes or so play we've had, so definitely a good over rate going here for the Spartan team.
Yes, I'm really getting through the overs quickly. They said there's lots of spin bowlers here. Andrea Marshall and Shem Holder bowling in tandem now, and really getting through the overs in a flash. But again, I made him over by Shem Holder on that occasion. Just getting the left-handed Craig Holder to playing him some flowing drives into the offside, but can't beat the field.
Field remains unchanged for Simmons, who is getting this one off the edge of the bat. Diving effort by the man there at first, slip Shem Holder. Not so sure that the ball actually carried to him. You can have a look at it again. Onto the front foot. I think that one definitely falling in front of the fielder. But creating not necessarily a chance, but some doubt in the play of young Simmons. This time he's again coming onto the front foot. That one sliding past the outside edge.
And that's the length that Marshall walked to stay on. Is that length where you can see the ball just getting that additional bounce. That's when he gets to full. That Simmons being very comfortable, but just that uncomfortable length there, Wayne. You've seen ball in the last couple of deliveries.
I did commend Simmons' ability to pick the length, but I think that delivery you spoke about, he was definitely defeated as far as the length was concerned. Here comes Marshall again, and he is off the back foot. The appeal for the catch at the wicket. Simmons has to go again, going onto the back foot, and this one playing at it, and I believe getting a very thin touch, faint edge. The appeal went up immediately by the Spartan wicketkeeper and the slip field, and Simmons hesitated momentarily at the pitch. Again, playing slightly away from the body, we see young Simmons, and Marshall really working his man over before eventually getting rid of him. So the experience of Andre Marshall comes to the fore once again. Spartan gets the first breakthrough. Pickwick lose a wicket with the score on 44.
Yeah, Andre Marshall, the experience of the man. Like you saw those deliveries in that earlier in the over, and I was just telling you about the length, and he continued to be a bit more consistent on that length. And Simmons, he said, I thought he was looking a bit more comfortable on the front foot, but here he is caught in no man's land. And this thing's got a faint edge on that delivery. A good catch again there by the gloveman Gibson, like we continue to speak about his progress behind the wickets and taking another fine catch. But Simmons, he had to make his way back into the pavilion here. What looked like a pretty useful start. Put on a good partnership of 44 with his opening partner Craig Holder, but he's got to go. Good bowling by Andrew Marshall, just his ever so experienced left arm unorthodox.
Yes, the patience that you talked about earlier, Andy, really coming to the fore for Marshall. So the new batter is the ESAF Pickwick captain, Rohan Ryan. with a big job ahead of him, and he is coming on to the front foot. That ball into the gloves of the keeper. Marshall jumping on his toes with that delivery. So the end of a fine over from the veteran Andre Marshall. A successful over too, getting that first breakthrough for Spartan.
Yes, the ever so experienced Andrea Marshall, and you thought that if Spartan was to go on and do this one, that he would be the main man when he's pick up this first scalp to add to his fifer in that first innings. The youthful Mackay Simmons just couldn't get the better of him today, and he's made way for the captain in Rohan Ryan. But again, excellent bowling there from Andrew Marshall, who we cannot continue to say each week, man. He just come here and be toils for the Spartan side and continue to be so very impressive.
Yes, so it will be the holder battle, the holder duel continuing. Shem Holder starts again with another over from the southern end of the ground, around the wicket, and Craig is onto the front foot, back to the bowler. So holder to holder, back to holder.
Yes, and he just needs to be supportive, Shem Holder, to Andrea Marshall. It's like both of them in tandem, two very experienced spinners. As ball continues now, as it gets a bit older, and I'm sure you'll see a bit more a turn out of this surface. But the bounce continues to be very good for the batters and for the bowlers. So it's a good, true, even pitch. It just needs to be patient. Patience is the word for today, man.
No way surprised. I told you I went out to the middle and the pitch is rock hard. Actually, I tried pushing my key into the surface, and the key bounded back at me. It was that hard. So Simmons out for 24, faced some 40 deliveries, struck 2 fours.
Yes, and this is what the off spinner needs to be. He needs to be supported. He needs to be tight. He needs to keep Holder quiet for a while. Just allow Marshall to really continue into his good job. So there needs to be that bowling partnership in as much as there is a batting partnership.
Well, struck on the pad. Hopeful appeal. I think the first thing I noticed about that delivery once it struck the pad, Andy, was to see the keeper skipping down the leg side. He was running away as if he was running to square leg. Then he had to rebound once the ball struck the pad and finished in front of him. So I think he sold any appeal.
Yeah, just in anticipation of that ball going into the onside, he was quick, trying to get down to the leg side, and then he just tried to deceive Empire Tremaine Prescott,
skipping the opposite direction. So again, good tight over from Shem Holder, really supplementing the work of Andre Marshall in the previous over. So it's 44 for 1. ESAF Pickwick, remember 378 the improbable target, and we've had 15 of the minimum 75 overs available today.
Yeah, and delivered in quick time. We're still yet to get up to that hours of play, and they've set down some 15 overs already. Remember, we said the spinners in tandem, they're just going to go ahead, whistle through these overs, really, and that they've done. Andrea Marshall, he continues, and he's probably into his 8th over now in. But
well, Marshall, yes, in his 8th. Started from this end, bowls a short delivery, beats Norville in at short mid-wicket. The fielder makes a mess of it. Newton coming around from mid-on. I said makes a mess of it. I think he got his positioning around, needing to get around the ball to get behind it. He actually decided to run alongside it, and the pace of the outfield did him in again.
The pace of the outfield against a man who's very fast on the tracks. Kevion Newton, one of our national athletes, a sprinter. That ball just really sprinted past him.
Well, he's not sprinting to catch a ball when he's on the track, or to catch up with a ball. So boundary to Ryan. He gets off the mark with those 4 runs. 48 for 1. Captain Ryan with a big task on his shoulders, driving pleasantly. Good work at mid-off. That's bending now.
That's Ben. You've got him this time, man.
The right. Short, but a lot straighter this time. Newton's job is a much easier one. Down in the approved double barrel position. Again, Marshall is short, so we've seen him bowl a bit quicker and pull his leg down a couple of times in that over. Actually, one exploited by Ryan, who picked up a boundary. So 48 it is for 1. With Marshall now 1 for 21 from his 8 consecutive overs.
Yes, yeah, just a bit off length in that over, Andrea Marshall. And so that one delivery being pulled by Captain Rohan Ryan and picking up a boundary. She saw it in the infield as well. Neil Passard is taking a little bit of self-preservation as that one hit into one of the cracks again. And then Newton wasn't able to pull it back. But it wasn't the best over from Andrea Marshall. Just trying to make a new length to a different batter. Just think that he just needs to find that link for Ryan.
Good stop by King. As Holder starts another over, that's Shem Holder. Outside the off stump. Seemingly, the indications from Shem Holder might suggest that that would have passed a bit closer to the stump than Craig might have predicted. He's bowling around the wicket, so he's going to be angling that ball into the stump, into the left-hander, hoping to get the ball on pitching to spin away from the off stump. As this one is missed by Holder. Well, not exactly missed, but I mean he missed the shot. He was intending the ball traveling quickly, but straight into the chest of Maradon Bend there at backward point. So again, he is undone. I think we saw Holder once again angling that delivery in. Craig off the back foot, looking for the cut shot, the ball bouncing a bit more than he might have anticipated, getting the top edge, and a good sharp catch taken at backward point by Maradon Bend.
Yes, undone by the bounce on that occasion. It's Craig Holder, short man in stature. Delivery, like I said, angle into the left-handed batter, moving away from him and just being undone by the bounce, and Maradon Bend taking a well-judged catch at backward point, just over his head, just over his chest region, but overhead, and taking a comfortable catch. Thought he was saw it a bit late as well. We saw his reaction, but Shem Holder, the off spinner, picks up his first wicket. Again, just saw how those tight deliveries to Holder really led to his downfall in the end. Remember, it was a maiden over, previous over, and now some 4 tight deliveries and getting the better of his man. So Pickwick loses their second wicket at 48. There's still some 331 runs to get here, if they're going to get up to a victory.
Well, Pickwick losing both their openers now, so opening up the middle order more or less as the very experienced Kyle Hope comes to the middle, fill the breach. Craig Holder caught Bend, bowled Shem Holder for 53 balls, 4 boundaries in that innings. All 4 boundaries coming in a very short spell, a spurt of boundary hitting. And he's been batting for just short of the first hour of play, so getting rid of both opening batsmen inside the first hour. Spartan as a nice juicy full toss served up by Shem Holder, and Kyle Hope says, "Thank you very much. I'll take 4 of this."
No, actually, it's played back to Holder. He just did that in his follow through. So he's still yet to get off the mark, really, but it was a
There he
full
is
delivery.
off the mark this time. It's again the keeper having a shy at the non-striker's end. I think that again, flirting with some danger here, the Pickwick batsman.
Yes, Wayne, but just the anticipation of the keeper again, delivery played quietly into the offside, and he was quick onto it. Young Teron Gibson glove off and getting a return and asking Kyle Hope to really put in a bit of a scamper in the end to try to make his ground. But it ends in a single. Kyle Hope gets off the mark with that single as the over comes in, and Pickwick, they move up to 49 for 2. Wayne, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to be replaced by none other than Rashawn Hackett, and you guys will take it through for a period here.
Well, Andy, enjoy your time off. Get some refreshment. As it will be. No change in the bowling from the bowling end though. Andrea Marshall will continue from the northern end here in Queen's Park. Harrison College ground at his back as this ball is coming off the edge of the bat, I believe, with this delivery looking to turn it into the onside is Hope getting a leading edge. The ball falls into an area in the gully. I think there are more 2 slips in place rather than the slip and the gully. Springer, the man at second slip, now pushing himself a bit further around to his right. So as I said, a very good afternoon to the young Rashawn Hackett.
A very good afternoon, Wayne. Thank you very much for that welcoming. I'm enjoying the cricket so far here in Queen's Park, where Spartan continue to be in the ascendancy on day 3 of this BCA Elite Division clash between ESAF Pickwick and the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side.
Yeah, quite intriguing. It has been compulsory watching the Spartan bowlers probing away in good batting conditions, I must say. But the Pickwick batsmen being challenged, I think more so by the accuracy of these Spartan spinners than anything else. It's been a long week since we've been here at Queen's Park, Rashawn. It's been a good week for you?
It's been a fantastic week for me, Wayne. What about yourself?
But yes, it's always good. Found a lot of things. You know, I'm no longer part of the 9 to 5, 8 to 4, 8:30 to 4:30 regime, but find a lot of things to do with my time during those hours.
Well, Wayne, we have something in common there. You're no longer a part of the 9 to 5 regime, and I'm not as yet a part of the 9 to 5 regime, seeing that I'm still a student. So we both have that similarity in common. But another over comes to an end. 18 overs completed, 49 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and we've had the first hour. I think Pickwick for a long time putting up a good valiant fight, but I think with the dismissal of the 2 openers, we'll have to concede that the first hour's honors would go to the fielding team, Fusionz Boutique Spartan.
Yes, most definitely. Pickwick, they were doing fairly well, as you mentioned, up until the last about 15 minutes, Wayne, where they lost those 2 openers, putting Spartan back in the ascendancy of this game. And currently they're in a situation where they need their batsmen to stand up at bat if they are to stand a chance of drawing this game or winning this game. But
2 relatively new batsmen at the crease, with Hope having faced the 9 deliveries, Ryan 8. And again, Holder is full, but Ryan getting it off the bottom of the bat and straight to the fielder at mid-on. Swept away over the head of a bend there at backward square. The ball pitches and spins away with some backspin out toward the rope at the backward square. And a loose delivery. Good shot by Ryan, down on one knee playing the sweep shot.
Good shot from Ryan indeed. A delivery just angling too straight there from Holder, and Ryan just gets down on one knee, just sweeping that one beautifully over the leg side. Picks up 4 runs to carry his score to 8.
The 50 comes up for Pickwick too. 53 for 2. This time he's playing on the front foot and playing straight up to Achilles Brown, who has retaken his place there at mid-on. Got a man out in the deep mid-wicket for this slog sweep, the release shot, I think. As Ryan onto the front foot, pushes it into the offside. And there is no run. So we've got on the offside the slip. We've got the extra cover and the mid-off. The rest of the fielders on the onside of the pitch. As this over comes to an end, another one Chem Holder gets to very, very quickly. The 50 coming up for ESA Field Pickwick in the 19th over. 53 it is for 2.
53 for 2 after 19 overs, Wayne. And I'm going to ask you my first question for the morning, because you know that's something that our relationship is heavily based on. At this current position in the game, Pickwick being 59 for 2, requiring 326 runs still, would you, as the Pickwick coach or anyone in the Pickwick unit, be aiming for this victory, or would you just be aiming to bat out the day's play and secure a draw?
Well, probably would just be thinking of occupying the wicket for the time being and keeping my wickets intact. And as I said, as Andy would have pointed out earlier, getting into the second half of the day's play, getting into that afternoon session, the evening session, and seeing where we're at that point in time to make a decision. But at the moment, it is all about staying in, not losing wickets. I think that is the key at this stage in this first session, losing a minimum number of wickets.
Most definitely, Wayne. The key will be losing a minimum number of wickets, as you stated, for this Pickwick side. Kyle Hope and Rohan Ryan, 2 of the more, if not the most experienced players on this side, will play a big part in this Pickwick innings. If they are to be successful, these 2 guys must stand up and have a bat.
Yeah, you couldn't have put it better. I think that is paramount in this situation for Pickwick. They're going to need this pair at the wicket to bat a long time if they are to stave off the defeat. A breakthrough at this stage would really put the match heavily in Spartan's favor.
Loud appeal. Umpire rules not out. A good delivery there from Andre Marshall. He's been tidy all morning. Another delivery just striking Kyle Hope on his foot. But umpire says it's not out.
Well, the ball's lobbing up towards the second of those 2 slips. And Hope going onto the back foot. The fielder lunging away to his right and taking it on the full. But the umpire ruling that no touch onto the bat. And of course the LBW appeal would also have come in to consideration. So that neither is that one given.
Yes, and another over looks to come to an end. Pickwick, 53 for the loss of 2, 20 overs completed. Spartan side doing well so far with the ball, Wayne. They've been very accurate, just asking the Pickwick batsmen to play all the time, each and every delivery.
Well, yes, this pair really getting into their work now. The pair of Marshall and Holder. One can expect to see a lot of this pair. There's also the off-spin of the very wristy off-spin of Neil Prasad, which we can expect at some point as the afternoon progresses.
Lots of bowling options here for the Spartan side.
So this Achilles Brown with his infrared medium pace stuff. I think Jaden Norville also turns his arm over. Captain Springer now asking his mid-on fielder to go back to long on, and the holder is giving this one a bit more air. Ryan, very cognizant of the fact that that man has gone back in the deep, comes on to the front foot back along to the bowler. It's an interesting move here by Springer and Holder. As this one is flighted on the leg stump, swept around. Bend is in position to get around, get down. The batsman cross for one though.
Yeah, that's a good bit of fielding there from Maradon Ben. He's been good in the field this morning so far, taking that sharp catch at backward point to dismiss Craig Holder. One that he just cut off the back foot and it went straight into the hands of Ben. So he's been good in the field so far, but Kel Hope, he comes back onto strike. Just punching that one down to the long on fielder. You pick up a single.
So he's given that
We are back after that water break where ESAF Pickwick continue their innings on 59 for 2 against the Spartan side in what is an exciting day 3 clash here. I'm Rashawn Hackett and alongside me is Wayne Holder as we will resume the commentary for today's play.
Well, yes, and again, we reiterate the favorable position enjoyed by the Spartan team, managing to get rid of the Pickwick openers. Remember, Pickwick with an entire day set a target of 379 to win. Spartan having dominated proceedings for the majority of the match, except maybe for a period there after lunch on the first day. After a fine start by the top order, the first 3 batsmen in the order, we saw Pickwick coming back and picking up some cheap wickets towards the end. And Spartan actually toppling from a very strong position to 233 all out. But managing to hit back by the evening with 3 wickets, 3 Pickwick wickets, and then carrying it all the way, dismissing Pickwick for only 119, and it has been all Spartan ever since then.
Yes, man, it really has been a one-sided affair in the direction of the Spartan side. They really have took advantage of this entire game. As you mentioned, the first innings was Spartans. It was Spartans for the most part, scoring that 233 all out. But another over comes to an end. 22 completed, 60 for the loss of 2. But as we were saying, Wayne, Spartan continued to dominate throughout this entire game, just bowling out Pickwick for 119 after scoring 233, and they came back in that second innings, and that is when they really stamped their authority on this game, getting up to 264 for 2 before they declared on day 3, leaving Pickwick now to bat with an option of either scoring 379 for victory or just bat out the day's play and secure a draw. But either way, Spartan continues to dominate, and Pickwick, they are in the backseat of this game.
Yes, and Shem Holder, 3 wickets in the first innings, alongside the 5 taken by Andre Marshall. There he is, another full pitch delivery, and Kyle Hope picking up a single to that man at long on.
Yes, those two, Shem Holder and Andre Marshall that you talked about, they really bowled in a pair in this first innings. They bowled together in partnership to dismiss the batsmen, and they really did a good job at it. I spoke to Andre Marshall after day 2, and he was telling me about how their relationship goes all the way back to the Commonwealth School. So those two guys will be very familiar with each other's bowling styles. Andre told me that he is more so the wicket taker. He will experiment, while Shem just holds down the other end and contains the batsmen. So those two guys do an excellent job, and they've come back today to do the same.
Well, shows the importance of partnerships even in bowling. And these two complement each other very well, picking up some 8 wickets between them in that first innings.
Delivery just tucked into the leg side. No run though. Keeper Teron Gibson does well. We saw him on his feet a lot this game, and he continues to be very, very competent with the gloves behind the stump.
Well, yes, he tends to follow the ball quite a lot as a keeper. That is important. Eyes on the ball at all points.
Delivery just flicked into the leg side from Ryan. Pick up another single. So Pickwick being very watchful right now, picking up the singles wherever they can.
Well, there's a need for a partnership to be built here. We saw an opening stand of over 40 between Craig Holder and Micaiah Simmons. I think now the order of the day for Pickwick will be to build yet another partnership, for this pair to take them as close to the lunch interval as possible, if not actually to the lunch interval, still together.
Another over comes to an end. 62 for 2 for the Pickwick side. But as you said, Wayne, a partnership is crucial in this game here today if Pickwick are to stand a chance of either drawing this game or coming out on top. And I believe that these 2 batsmen at the crease right now will have to be the 2 to put on a partnership, seeing that Kyle Hope, he obviously will be the most experienced guy in his side, and Rohan Ryan, the skipper, he would be second in seniority in the side. So these 2 guys need to come together in partnership, put on runs for Pickwick, and do their best to get their teams in a strong position.
Well, the rest of the batting to come. Shamar Ford, the wicket keeper. I think he will be one of the main players. Then we've got the all-rounders in the Preston Clarks, the Zondre Baptiste, wicket keeper Ford, as I mentioned, Akeem Ford, the bowling right arm medium pace, and Antonio Morris. I think he's another key player for Pickwick for today.
Yes, Antonio Morris, very competent player. As we see a delivery just flick down the leg side, and once again Gibson gives chase, but Pickwick come back for 2 runs added to their total.
Yes, we see the keeper there, full of energy. Teron Gibson loves the feel of the ball in his hands. I think that is what drives him. And as a keeper, it is quite a good attribute to have.
Yes, that really is a feature of Gibson's wicket-keeping abilities. He always on the ball. It seems as if there's a magnet connected to him on the ball, and he's just always on it, running behind it, and he's very, very good as a glovesman.
As I mentioned to you, he tends to want the ball. Not only as a glovesman, as a fielder. You will find that the better fielders, the more confident fielders, are those who want the ball to come to them, as against there's another person who does not want to see that ball, who would prefer that the ball doesn't come their way. And as a keeper, you know, as we were talking, myself and Andy were talking about batsmen feeling that ball off the middle of the bat. A keeper loves to feel that nice soft take, loves to feel the ball in the middle of his gloves. If he's getting that, then that is the hallmark, you know, of what he's setting out to do. Not just stopping the ball, but catching it in good positions and having that nice soft touch in the middle of the glove.
See, another tidy over comes to an end for Andre Marshall. 64 for the loss of 2. Just 2 runs coming from that over, so another tidy over there from him.
But yes, Andre Marshall doing what Andre Marshall does best, and testing this pair for Pickwick as they meet in the middle, discussing, as we were saying earlier, Rashawn, the importance of setting small targets and you know, setting up yourself to bat for short periods. Set yourself those little goals.
Yes, most definitely. Shem Holder comes back in, starts with a delivery down the leg side. Pickwick will pick up an additional 2 runs.
So pushing down the leg side, and Kyle Hope just quite easily coming inside his wicket and going with the angle.
Yes, I gave him instructions.
Setting small goals, Wayne. You couldn't have said it any better at all. What this Pickwick team will need to do is set small goals. Just get through the first break, which they did. With 2 wickets lost, they'll aim now to get to the next break, which will be the tea break at 2:30. They won't want to lose any additional wickets and just continue like that. Bat the next hour, bat the next half hour, and continue setting small targets. As they go about this innings, they have to be very, very smart and very clinical about how they approach today's play. One just turned into the leg side from Ryan. Shem Holder, though, he seems to be bowling very, very straight today. It seems to be a plan with just that 1 fielder in the offside, 2 fielders in the offside, my apologies. That cover fielder, mid-off fielder, and there's the slip. So 3 fielders in the offside, and the rest just being in the leg side. So a 6-3 field he has here, bowling very, very straight. Short legs still in place.
And he's got 2 very interestingly placed fielders. He's got the conventional mid-wicket, a bit straight, but then he's also got this very short mid-on at the edge of the square. So as you said, deliberately bowling that very, very straight line, asking the batsmen to play into the onside. I think maybe looking to deceive them in the flight, getting them to hit the ball in the ear to those 2 close fielders there on the leg side.
Full delivery, just driven down to that long off fielder. Deep mid-wicket fielder. Picks up another easy single.
So actually finding the gap between those two fielders, which I mentioned earlier, the short mid-on and the straight mid-wicket, managing to thread that needle there, Kyle Hope, with that final delivery. And gets the strike. But there's definitely a ploy, a plan to try. You know them by the movements. So yes, as we back on here, apologize for that short break. While the field turns around, we're going to see a change, Rashawn.
Yes.
Change of bowler. For the first time, Neil Prasad, the second off spinner in the Spartan team, well, the first time this innings. And Andre Marshall given a bit of a break after some 12 consecutive overs. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24. And the diminutive Neil Prasad, as I did mention, a wristy off spinner. Not necessarily the conventional over-the-top bowler. And coming from a much lower trajectory than a Shem Holder, for instance. And, of course, Andre Marshall.
That's a very small guy in stature, but not small whatsoever in abilities. We know his wicket-taking abilities. Loud appeal. They seem confident, this Spartan side, but umpire turns it down. So this Spartan side in with another appeal.
Getting in a stride there, Kyle Hope, importantly. Getting that left leg down the track. Umpire might very well have ruled the ball striking the batter outside the off stump. And of course, once he's playing a shot, the LBW will not be on. But Prasad hitting his mark quite early.
Just creating a bit of disruption here in this Pickwick side. Straight delivery there, just no flick straight through the legs of that short leg fielder. What could be considered as another opportunity. Good glove work there from Gibson.
Yeah, slick movement there by the keeper. Ball down the leg side, but obviously playing on the back foot, Kyle Hope, so never in any danger whatsoever. So quite a lot of activity in this first over from Prasad, as he's flighting this one up straight to that man there at that very so similarly set field for Prasad on the onside. There is the short mid-on at the edge of the square and the straight mid-wicket. Pope is working this one straight up to Marshall at that mid-wicket position, unable to pick it up cleanly, allows the batsman to come through for a single of the final delivery of the over. And Prasad just conceding that single, that one run in his first over. Nice measured start for the little off spinner.
Yes, a good start there from Prasad, just conceding that one run as you mentioned. Pickwick 70 for 2 after 26 overs, so a good partnership now starting to build here for Ryan and Hope. They've spent quite a bit of time at the crease so far. Ryan faced 30 deliveries, Kyle Hope, he's faced 33 deliveries, so they're starting to build what could go on to potentially be a positive partnership for this Pickwick side. Shem Holder, he returns the ball to Kyle Hope.
Still another hour to go before the lunch break. So this Pickwick batting can't afford to turn off at any point in time. bowling attack from Spartan could be a dangerous one. You don't want to give them any freebies whatsoever.
No freebies whatsoever. They just need to be on the ball. Good delivery there from Holder, but a bye is conceded.
Well, let's see if he did actually get some bat onto it. No movement. It's leg bye, in fact. Looking to work a delivery down the leg side. So brings Rohan Ryan. Rohan Ryan, the captain of this ESAF Pickwick side. Nice work by Holder to his own bowling. Key aspect of the, particularly spin bowlers, the ability to back up with their fielding to their own bowling. Had known of a couple of very good examples of outstanding fielders in the likes of a Roger Harper, who you would probably have heard a lot more than the name I'm going to call to you now, a name of Ryan Hurley, a former Barbados youth senior and West Indies player, tremendous fielder in his own right, and particularly to his own bowling. I remember one of the Barbados youth team captains telling me that when he had Ryan Hurley bowling his off spin, he had an extra man in the field. There was no need. If you see that fielder there where Mardon, Stefan King is fielding at that short mid-on.
Yes, yes.
Ryan Hurley would not need him. Anything in that area was Ryan Hurley's.
So he was what you call a shotgun in the field.
Well, a bullet. He's not the gun, he was the bullet.
He was the bullet. 27 overs completed, 72 for the loss of 2 as Pickwick continued to bat and build a partnership.
Well, yes, and the two off spinners in operation now.
New Prasad and Shem Holder. Yes, but we make a switch over to the Windward ground, where Windward take on Wanderers. Ray Matthews, he's into the attack, picking up that 1 wicket so far. Windward currently in a spot of, I wouldn't call it a spot of bother, at 87 for 6, leading by 139 runs. Maxwell Lewis, he's now come to the crease. But Prasad continuing to Rohan Ryan. Been what a very tidy bowling effort here from the Spartan side so far.
Prasad, as I mentioned earlier, Rashawn, different in operation to Shem Holder. Slower through the air. Looking to deceive the batsman with flight also. Changes of pace. And as I keep saying, a wristy off spin, you see the impartation of the wrist in his delivery.
Yes, most definitely. You can just see him trying to turn that ball. Good delivery there on a good length. Ryan just giving it the respect that it deserves.
It's got some cover in the deep, the long on, and the deep mid wicket, bordering cow corner. Brings Ryan forward, searching for that one. So it's going to be that kind of passage of play one expects with these two off spinners in operation. The batsmen have got to be on cue.
28 overs completed, 72 for 2. So a good over there from Marshall.
Spartan looking for these wickets. ESA field, Pickwick concentrating now mainly on survival. The point situation would see Spartan actually pressing for another 9 points. That will give them a whopping 18 points out of this match, whereby Pickwick would only serve to get one more point if they are able to hang in for a draw. But I don't think they would want to give Spartan a bonus of 9 points. As Hope uses his feet down the wicket. Good fielding. Fine work by King.
Very good stop indeed from Stefan King. Good bowling here as well from Shem Holder. 1 for 28 in his 10 overs he's bowled so far into his 11th. That one though beats King and he'll get a single.
So we see Kyle Hope definitely now with a change of approach. He's actually now beginning to use his feet, come down the track. I think with those close infielders on the onside and with this special trap that the Spartan team seem to be setting for him with the majority of the fielders in the onside, he has decided that he is going to counter that by coming down the track and getting closer to the pitch of the deliveries.
Yes, and it really shows the quality of a guy like Kyle Hope, just taking on bowlers. He's not one that allows bowlers to settle and get under his skin. He continues to attack, continues to find ways to score. So it's something that Kyle Hope is very, very confident and able to do.
Thinking his game, very aware of what's unfolding around him.
Good delivery there from Shem Holder. Just back of a length. He's really been consistently asking the batsmen to play today. Bowling a very, very straight line. That one goes up in the air and King settles under it and he takes him. So Pickwick lose another wicket and that's the big scalp of Kyle Hope. He has to go for just 8 runs. Pickwick lose their 3rd wicket. Spartan continue to go in the driver's seat of this game.
And that was made to look so easy. Shem Holder would have bowled a number of very much better deliveries than that one that with no return. But here we see Kyle Hope in a bit of no man's land, getting a delivery off the back foot. Didn't really attempt to play it with any degree of power. And at the end almost seemed to be pulling out of the shot. Got a top edge and offered a very, very simple catch. What a soft dismissal, but what a big blow to the Pickwick effort.
A big blow indeed. Kyle Hope, he was the man that they were looking for to strike here today and dig in and get a score. But he has to go back, fall into a soft dismissal. It just looked as if he was a bit indecisive, not sure of whether to go through the shot or hold off with it. But he walks back to the pavilion dejectedly. New batsman to the crease is Antonio Morris. But with that, we'll now welcome back Andy Payne to the commentary booth, and Wayne will go and have a well-deserved rest. So, a successful over here for Shem Holder in the making, picking up that prize wicket of Kyle Hope. He had to go back to the pavilion for just 8 from 40 deliveries. The new batsman to the crease is Antonio Morris, and the new batsman to the commentary box is Andy Payne. He'll look to come and dig into a long innings here.
I like how you mentioned me without greeting as a new batter. I'm looking for a big innings here, Rashawn. But the big innings is definitely needed from the ESAF field Pickwick side to find himself at 74 for 3 as that over comes to end. 29 overs completed, and like you said, the Fusion Boutique Spartan, they're large and in charge.
Large and in charge indeed, and a mountain to climb here for this Pickwick side. If they are to come out successful, either with a draw or with a win, they have to do quite a lot of batting, bat out the rest of the day. Someone has to put up their hand and build a partnership. These two batsmen, I'm sure that they'll want to do it, Rohan Ryan and Antonio Morris. Pickwick, they have some hard work to do. Spartan, they'll look to bowl out the Pickwick side and pick up full points.
Yeah, they'll be after the win for sure. This Fusion Boutique Spartan side, Captain Rohan Ryan, he's there. He'll have different ideas. Obviously, Morris, the new batter, to join him. Again, batters getting some starts and not being able to capitalize on them. You saw the opening pair of Micah Simmons and Craig Holder just getting the starts, got up to a 44-run partnership before Simmons was the first to go. And then you saw Hope, who looks so effortless at the middle, looks like really head and shoulders above any other in his Pickwick side. But just to come into that delivery from Shemhola, short delivery, didn't quite decide if he wanted to put it away or if he wanted to be in the defensive mode, and that was to his downfall.
Yes, it's really been something that this Pickwick side have struggled with throughout this entire game. Loud appeal there. Umpire says not out, but it's definitely something that the Pickwick side have struggled with throughout this entire game. Just getting in and carrying on with those starts, because a lot of them have gotten the starts. Kyle Hope, he got a start last innings along with a couple others, and they failed to carry on, just missing out on those starts. So
yes, and there's the wickets coming at some times just against a run of play. Like you said, Hope, who's looking so well, look very set. Just look full control over the slow bowlers. But to lost his wicket in such a fashion at that stage of the innings, it was like nothing really could have tell you or predicted that he was, trouble by any stretch of the imagination.
yes, most definitely, and it finds Pickwick at 74 for 3, requiring a further 305 runs if they are to win this game, and a further couple of hours if they are to draw the game.
I can tell you, Rashawn, I could pretty much predict now that one is out of the equation for Pickwick to get up to 305 more runs. I think that's the target here as it stands. But yeah, that is a mammoth total to get up to.
Yes, and speaking of destruction, Jerome Jones continues his excellent form in this competition with 442 here against this YMPC side. Shamar Marshall, he's at the crease along with Kemal Smith, who's set on 33 runs.
Yeah, they're up against Wildy side at Bayview Hospital YMPC. Remember, Wildy would have taken first innings and trying to save this one really is the Bayview Hospital YMPC. Just 2 more wickets for the Wildy side if they're going to pull off a victory in this one. Remember, they would have lost in the second round of series the Wildy side. Not something that is known to them. They'll be defending champions and be playing some excellent cricket, but trying to get themselves back into contention here with a victory in round 3.
Yes, most definitely, and trying to get themselves back into contention is also the Spartan side here in Queen's Park, going up against the Pickwick side. They'll look to come up with a win under their belt today as Shem Hodder continues picking up those 2 prize wickets already. He's into a very, very tidy spell, and he'll look to continue to pick up some more wickets.
Yes, and good to see him going into a lengthy spell in this innings. He's into his 12th over. Shem Holder, the off spinner, just losing favour presently with the Barbados selectors, the Barbados Pride, going on to Trinidad. Going up against Trinidad in a couple of days. Tomorrow, I think that game starts against the Trinidad side, and just losing favour for this encounter or for this series of matches in this West Indies Cricket Championship. But showing his worth here for his club side, Fusionz Boutique Spartan.
Yes, most definitely, Shem Hodder. He's a known performer as one goes high up in the air, and that one will one bounce, and fielder does well on the boundary, so they'll just pick up a single. Big swing there from Morris. Pick up another single.
Yes, good work again there by Holder, and excellent feeding in the deep. Looks like Norville is running around to his left and pulling the ball back into play and just allowing one run to Morris.
Yeah, so the first sign of aggression there from Antonio Morris. We know the sort of player he is. He'll look to score. Rohan Ryan just being very watchful on the other end. 16 runs so far from 46 deliveries. He'll look to play a captain's knock here today. Just bat and bat and bat for his side.
Yeah, and that would have been the role to play in this innings. Okay, remember 379 the target, still requiring 304 for victory. So it really was a very improbable total to get up to. And you just needed some guys to think about overs. I think batting overs in this innings would have been the important thing to do, like I said, to win. And if you found it yourself were going into the last session with wickets in hand and you were at a good scoring rate, then you could probably push for a victory. But Spartan, they've done well. They've picked up the prize wickets to some crucial intervals and really put this Pickwick side in some on the back foot, really, so to speak. Still a lot of cricket to be played here. I mean, not to say that they can't bat out the afternoon, but I'm sure Spartan, they'll continue to pile on the pressure.
Yes, most definitely, as Neil Prasad continues for the Spartan side. Big swing there from Morris.
I think Morris is really set up to really go ultra aggressive. See the contrast between himself and Captain Ryan. Ryan, who's one who looks set to stall it out, but any delivery is given here. You can see Morris trying to be positive.
Yes, Morris not letting anything hold him down here. As long as he's a full and in his half, he'll look to throw his hands at it. Back of a length delivery, just blocked and kept out from Morris. That one is driven down to that mid-off fielder. No run though.
Yeah, I think Prasad, you wouldn't be disturbed by that shot coming from Morris. Again, you saw delivery outside the off stump from the off spinner, spinning back into the right-hander and just trying to hit it over the offside region. And I'm sure the right arm off bowler, he'll be loving this because he'll be trying to get into the gate, really, of Morris, who's playing a bit loose at the moment.
Yes, I'm sure that Prasad will be looking at that leg side dominant view here, which lets you know that he'll be looking to bowl straight. A follow delivery just stroked down to that long on fielder. Picking up a single is Morris. Prasad bowling very, very well so far. He's about to close out his fourth over, just conceding 2 runs so far. So, tidy over comes to an end for Prasad. 76 for 3 after 32 overs have been completed.
Yeah, and again, you see the contrast in the approach to the innings by both of these players. Captain Rohan Ryan looking a bit tighter to the off spinner. Antonio Morris, on the other hand, trying to be a bit more aggressive against the off spin bowler. And obviously, those deliveries outside the off stunt, like we said, spinning back into the right-handed bat. He just needs to be a bit mindful that you don't allow the off spins to creep through that gate. You just want to be as tight as possible. Is the deliveries which gets a bit fuller, then you can capitalize on. But again, some length deliveries there, and you can see him just kind of opening up, allowing the off spinner to think that he's in the game.
Shem holder, he'll continue to Antonio Morris. Starts with a full delivery. Morris just forward, blocking that one. Just turning that one into the leg side, and it's put down. It looks to be put down by that fielder, Akil Greenwich, at the short leg. I'd be interested to see if it carried all the way to him.
Yeah, well, that's one of those that you need to stick, really. Just coming on to the front foot and working that one into the forward short leg region, and it just more reflects from the short leg feeder. And you would need those ones to stick into his grass, really, and really effecting the direct catch. So Morris, though, he gets away. A good bowling by Shem Holder again, just allowing the batters to play where he wanted to play on that leg side field, which is so well protected.
Big sweep there from Morris, and that will go to the square leg fielder. They'll pick up 1 run. Good shot from Morris, but there's that protection out there.
Yeah, we call this really bowling to your field. See him off spinner again, the ball just come into the right hand batters. He's got a man that leg slip forward short leg, that man on the 45 where the ball just went. And he's also got a short mid wicket, a deep mid wicket, and a mid on in. I think the only one that he be fancying is the mid-on, asking Ryan and Morris to go over the top of the man at mid-on. So this is a good challenge, really, from the All-Spinner.
That's a very, very good challenge indeed. Asking the batsman to play where he wants them to play, as Morris just sweeps that one firmly into the leg side, and that goes all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So sign of aggression for Morris, picking up his first 4.
Yeah, he's proven that he's going to be positive. He's going to be aggressive against the slower stuff. On this occasion, he just got that one on a good length, and he essayed a fantastic sweep. A shot that, obviously, you're playing against the fifth to turn the ball, so a good shot in the context.
Yes, I'm really interested to hear what would be Morris's approach to this innings, because we've seen that he's been very aggressive so far.
Well, I can tell you just need to be selective, because that shot was on. A ball from the off-spinner just going further away to the leg. And again, he's played that sweep shot with a spin. It's just these ones that he's trying to hit from outside off stump, and it's dropped. That is where the danger is, Rashawn. A delivery again outside of the off stump, and see him trying to go aggressive, and goes up to that man at deep mid wicket in Norville, and who just dropped a simple chance to the dismay of Shem Holder. He's very disappointed in that.
A very easy catch indeed for Norville. One that really and truthfully should have been taken. Just went to take that one too low. Could have done with another step into it and catch it at chest height. But Morris gets another opportunity. Pickwick close out the 33rd over at 83 for the loss of 3, with what really should have been 83 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and again, Antonio Morris, like I said, he just needs to be selective, and that's a delivery that I'm speaking about. Those ones further outside the off stump, he's trying to really get onto them. He's not picking the length of them, and you saw him just dragging that one into deep mid wicket where Norville couldn't hold on to the catch.
Yeah, so over at Brayton, we see the BCA youth side going up against the Gladiola team, where young Joshua Thompson has now joined the set. Seth Smith at the crease. Seth Smith continuing his excellent form, having scored 86 in the first innings. He'll look to go on to get as many as he possibly can here today. DeMarco Wiggins, he was the top scorer so far for this innings, scoring a brilliant 46 from 66 deliveries.
Yes, and we're back here where you just saw a big shot there from Morris hitting Prasad over the top for maximum, really. Prasad's just getting a bit too close, and Morris continues to show that he's going to be aggressive. This time he got that one on the full, really, and struck it over the side screen region for his first 6. So putting pressure on Prasad, but again, the spinners, they shouldn't be too perturbed with the way that Morris goes about this innings in particular. He just needs to be selective, like I said.
Yes, it's all about how selective he can be. Morris just opting to put pressure back on the Spartan side. Let's see how Prasad comes back after being pumped for 6. He comes back with a full toss, and that one is put down at the short mid-wicket area, but it wouldn't have mattered because it was a no ball. So a full toss from Prasad, but it was a no ball.
Yeah, just a ball of height, really, for the no ball call. But Andrew Marshall just made a meal of that one at the short mid-wicket.
That's a much better delivery there for Prasad, just back of a length, turning into Morris.
And Prasad just needs to be patient. As I said, Morris, he's offering these chances to the fielders. Put down twice, albeit one being a no ball. But again, see Morris continues to be aggressive, and I'm thinking that the bowlers will think that they're in with a chance if he continues to play like this.
Yes, most definitely. That's Antonio Morris. I actually had a chat with one of his teammates earlier in the week, and they were telling me about Morris. His approach to batting is always positive, it's always confident, as he cuts that one down to that cover area and it goes into the boundary for 4. So Morris continuing his rapid scoring here at Queen's Park.
Yeah, delivery short outside the off stump, and this time given the treatment. That's a better shot on this occasion by Morris. You can see that one pulled down by the off spinner. Whiff given outside the off stump, and he really got the treatment he deserved. It's really a long hop outside the off stump of the right-handed batter, and he put that one into the boundary for 4.
Another full toss, and that one goes down to the long on fielder, Kevin Newton. He does well. It'll just be another single. Just one delivery to go in this over, in what has been an expensive over here so far for Prasad, conceding a 6, then a no ball, and being struck for that 4 through the offside. He'll look to close out with a dot. And so he does. So another over comes to an end, 95 for 3, an over that was won by the Pickwick side.
Well, I don't know if you could call it a moral victory, really. As you said, they got that 14 runs in that over. But again, Antonio Morris just continues to live dangerously in his style of batting at this stage of the innings, offering a chance in the previous over. You also saw him being put down on what was a no ball eventually to short mid wicket. But Prasad, it just needs to be patient. He continues to bowl those balls outside the offside, spinning in. As it seems like Morris is he's very much determined to go after the slow bowlers, and he will offer some chances as he has.
So at the start of the Shem holder over, Morris, he will face up again, just starving Ryan of the strike a bit. Delivery turned down to that long on mid-on fielder, picking up a single. Brings skipper Ryan back into strike. Full delivery there. Just kept out from skipper Ryan.
See
that one is driven straight down to that mid-on fielder. No run. Good bit of fielding from Achilles Brown. Good delivery there on a length, causing Ryan to stride out on the front foot.
Yes, but this pitch continues to be a good pitch for batting. Like you saw, just that confidence of Ryan coming onto the front foot, middling it, and not really any devils per se. But just the loss of those wickets at crucial intervals have really put the Pickwick side in the spot of bother at 96 for 3 after 35 overs completed with Shan Holder. He being the pick of the bowlers, picking up some 2 for 39. Morris, he's there on 20, and Captain Ryan, he's on 17. But this pair needs to bat deep. It needs to get it at least up to the luncheon period if they're going to really stage the fight back and look to draw this game.
Yes, as you said, Andy, this wicket has really been an excellent one. Excellent conditions for batting, in which the batsmen just need to apply themselves and get a score. We saw the Spartan side doing it in the second innings, scoring a massive 264 for 2 before they declared they applied themselves. AQ Greenwich getting up to that superb century. So this Pickwick side, all that's really required for them to either draw or win this game is just bat and apply themselves, and concentration. That really is the key, because we've seen a lot of the batsmen so far in this wicket just get starts and lose concentration, losing their wickets.
Yes, and that's the key to batting as a whole. You just need to concentrate and take it deep. Just apply yourself. Shot selection, like I said, will be integral. As the ball gets a bit older, a bit softer, you expect it to get some turn.
One swept down to that deep mid-wicket fielder, and it goes all the way over the boundary. Picking up another 6 is Antonio Morris. He continues his aggression, sweeping Prasad all the way for a 6.
Yeah, let's have a look at it here. Just kind of hit that one over deep mid-wicket. He's really gone into a slog and hit that one. It carried all the distance. Stefan King thought he was in with a chance for a while, but he saw the breeze as well. A strong breeze, just taking it further into the car park regions for yet another 6 there to Antonio Morris, who's finding a bit of a liking really to Neil Prasad, a bit slower at the off spinner in the comparison to someone like Shim Holder, who's putting a bit more revs on it. But again, he just needs to be a bit fuller and wider if he's going to try to get through that gate of Morris.
Another full delivery. Morris just using the wrist, picking up another single.
Yes, and with that 6 as well, it took the Pickwick side beyond the 100 mark. You saw that 6 from Antonio Morris as Pickwick moves up to 103. So that 100 came up in this over. So still requiring some 276 runs. Still a long way off. Spartan side just requiring another 7 wickets. But it is going to be Ryan, the captain, who's on strike.
See them picking up another single there. Cheeky single in the offside. Good running.
Yeah, good rotation. Soft hands and play that one quietly into the offside. And Norville, who had to come a long way in, could not prevent the single. So the partnership as well of some 30 or 42 balls. Morris being the main contributor as he plays another flowing shot outside the off stump. This one should get pretty close to the boundary. Don't go all the way over the rope. So come back for a 2. So 2 more to Antonio Morris's Passad. Again, outside the off stump, a bit wide and short. And just getting some bat onto that one was Antonio Morris and picking up another couple. So the over comes to an end as well there, Rashawn.
Yeah, so another good over there for the Pickwick side. Antonio Morris, he's rushed on to 29, joined by skipper Ryan, who's been very patient on the other end. These two are really starting to build a partnership for this Pickwick side, and it's what they need. And I'm sure that the Pickwick unit will be wanting these two to continue carry on the way they're batting. Morris, he's been the aggressor. Ryan just very patient and circumspect on 18 from 57 deliveries. So he's doing what one would expect the skipper to do.
Yeah, and just offering that life a bit earlier. He said to Norville up there at deep mid wicket. And ever since that, he's continued to bat with some freedom, picking up some 2 6s off Passad. It's a really good effect. But again, like I said, he got a long way to go. He's got to bat deep if he's going to pull his side out of this one.
Fast delivery. Good delivery there from Shemholder. Very, very clever variation, just bowling that one faster into the surface. But looked to be too high. Comes back with a flighted delivery. They pick up another quick single in the offside. So good running there from this pair.
Yeah, sensible batting, like you said, Captain Ryan. It's looking good. He's really got his stall set up for a big innings here. And he knows he's going to be the integral man if he's going to pull his side from defeat. Really in this one. So he just needs to continue to partner young Antonio Morris. He needs to shepherd Morris a bit. The captain just needs to ask him to stay there for a length of time. Really, as you see, you can get the better of the Spartan bowlers. That will be his job. But he just needs to be very careful.
Sweat. And that one will go over the boundary for 4 runs. So Antonio Morris continues with a beautiful sweep shot, picking up another 4, carrying his total up to 33.
Yes, a delivery this time again, playing with a spin, which is good batting. If you have a look here and you see it on the replay, it's a ball spinning into the off spinner, picked it on length and hit it forward square on this occasion. And Norville at deep mid wicket had no chance, as you saw young Akil Greenwich just going into a defensive position as that one was struck very hard.
Yes, a very, very good shot indeed from Morris. I'm really impressed with how Morris has gone about his innings here so far, Andy. He's been very aggressive, very positive. Although Pickwick are not in the best of positions right now, he's continued to find ways to score.
That's a bit more conservative on that occasion, and that's what you need to be mindful about. You just need to be selective. You saw early in the innings those deliveries that he was trying to power over the mid-wicket region. Really wasn't to the pitch. They were a bit wide outside the off stump. And as he did there, those deliveries coming down on the off stump, just showing that full face of the bat, being defensive, have a good defense to those deliveries. And I'm sure that's where he would feel a bit more comfortable. And the balls that he swept, again, sweeping with the spin of the off spinner, good shots all in the end. So a partnership beginning to forge here that needs to carry on and carry on deep, as they found themselves at 111 for 3.
New Passad, he'll come back, continuing after a very expensive over. He'll be bowling to skipper Ryan. Starts with a flighted delivery, and this pair continues to run cleverly between the wickets. Quick single.
Yeah, and that's good batsmanship. Again, just seeing those three men on the offside. There's the slip, there's a man that covered and the man that made off, and just coming forward and playing that one with an open face into the vacant point region and pick up a single.
One swept into the leg side from Morris. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but you pick up another single.
And that's where the dangers are, Rashawn. When you're not to the pitch of the delivery and you're still trying to power them out of the ground. You saw that one hitting the inner portion of the bat and fell into no man's land, really. And he just needs to be mindful of those ones when you're not close enough to the pitch.
Back of the length delivery there from Passad. He's found back his line and length, just not getting too full, nor too short.
Yeah, Passad is known to be a wicket taker. He's gone wicketless so far into his 7th over. So he'll be really fighting hard to try to get a wicket here, as you saw that one spinning sharply back into the right-handed Rohan Ryan. Just ballooning into the onside, where again, keeper Tyrone Gibson just showing how effective he is behind the stumps. He's just such a swift mover. He's almost in anticipation, gets to the ball very quickly, and just defying any chance of a run.
Full delivery, just punched to that short mid-wicket fielder. Brings 38 overs to an end. 113 for 3. ESAF Pickwick still requiring 266 runs if they are to win this game.
Yeah, and Spartan on the other hand just requiring some 7 wickets, and they'll be sure that they think that they've stand a better of a chance of picking up those 7 wickets than allowing this ESAF Pickwick side to get up to that further required 266 runs. But it's going to be Shem Holder to continue. Like he said, he's into a marathon spell of slow bowling, right hand off spinner. And again, this is a good workout for him, really, as the Dave Marshall led side, coach side, really wanted to lift this one badly. And this man, Shem Holder, in comparison with Andrea Marshall, you know that these are the two dangerous bowlers. So be mindful of the Pickwick batters, just to be careful batting against his peer, and not to give up a chance to this lot.
Yes, most definitely. You couldn't have said it any better, and I'm sure that coach Dave Marshall would be very, very pleased watching what is currently going on in this game. Had a chat with him before, and he told me that they're going for the kill today. Spartan, they're aiming for this win to come out with as many points as they can possibly get. So I'm sure that coach Dave Marshall would be pleased with what he's seeing right now, and the only thing that would make him happier is a victory at the end of today's play.
Yeah, and they've done well in this game so far. I think if you were looking at a win predictor, so to speak, that they'd be well in the advantage to be the ones to win this game. And that second innings partnership between Greenwich and Captain Springer, it really set his team in good stead and set them up for what is looking to be improbable. Will be a very imposing victory if they were to go on this afternoon and win.
Yes, Andy, and when we talk about Coach Dave Marshall, who we now spoke of, it's always good to see him. He's always out on the boundary. I've noticed that about him. He's always guiding and coaching his side. Although this would be a very experienced side, he's still there offering his support, offering his expert advice, and we see him on the boundary line currently giving advice. So it's something that's really admirable about him as a coach.
Well, Rashad, if you had played against Rashawn, sorry, if you had played against Dave Yama Marshall, anyone, that one is hit over the top for yet another maximum. A fantastic shot on this occasion from Morris, one over pitch from Shem Holder as he closes out the over with a boundary. So he takes his tally up to 40, and the side goes up to 119 for 6. But a good shot there from young Morris. Again, trying to hit this one straight out on this occasion, which is what we were speaking about, presenting that full face of the bat to delivery that was over pitch.
A very magnificent shot indeed. And although Morris has been very aggressive, it's not been anything irrational. We've seen one or two, I will say, but that one on that occasion, it was full of a delivery, and he just stepped into it, freed up his arms, and went all the way over for 6. But BCA Youth find themselves in a bit of trouble versus the Gladiola side, leading by just 83 runs. BCA Youth are 208 for 8, so a still commendable batting performance here for the side to get up to 208 in 60 overs. Matthew Jones, another left arm spinner, picking up wickets with 4 for 79. He continues to dominate on the local cricket scene.
Oh, look at the beauty here. It was a lovely picture. I'd say the camera crew here doing a fantastic job. As that palm tree in the distance, this tells a story as to what a beautiful day we're having here in Barbados.
A beautiful day indeed, and we must give thanks to our camera crew. There's Kevin, there's Jalea, who's on the producing scene. She does an excellent job week in, week out to produce what the viewers see. So thank you goes out to all of them. And a beautiful day indeed, Andy, and it's something that has really blessed us this game. All 3 days have had excellent conditions, excellent weather for cricket, so I'm sure that the guys would be very, very happy about that. Oh, and there's quite a bit of a misfield there, but no harm done. Batsmen stay put.
Yes, Andrea Marshall comes back in for a second spell, and that man Norville, the man who was guilty of dropping the catch a bit earlier, doing a bit of a misfield, but he did good to recover.
Loud appeal, and umpire gives him. So Rohan Ryan has to go back to the pavilion. A fast delivery there from Morris, just striking Ryan on the back pad, and he has to go back for a well played 20 runs. Spartan strike again.
Well, yes, it's Andrea Marshall, the bowler, as you see him just being reintroduced into the attack and pinning his man on the back foot. You continue to say how deceptive he is with that length, that change of pace as well. And you saw Rohan Red opting to go on the back foot and being struck what Adrian Jones thought was adjacent to the stumps, and the delivery, yes, just seems to be carrying on to hit the middle leg. So I think Jones have gotten that one right, and losing their 4th wicket is the Pickwick side, and find themselves in further trouble as Andrea Marshall, the first in his distractor, here he is coming into the attack for a second spell and claiming a wicket immediately.
Expert bowling here from Andrea Marshall, just showing his skill, showing his class with the ball, just flighting a few deliveries prior to that one and darting that one in, hitting the back pad of skipper Rohan Ryan. So he has to depart for what was a well played 20, but in the end, Andrea Marshall won that battle, picking up another prize wicket. His figures go to 2 for 24 in his 13th over, and it brings new batsman to the crease, Shamar Ford.
Shamar Ford, the new batter, a lot of work will be expected of him as he comes to join Antonio Morris. But again, what can be said about this veteran Andrea Marshall? Just as an expert in the work that he does for this Fusion Boutique Spartan side. So again, just pinning Ryan on that back foot, just that deceiving him with pace on that length on that occasion, and that's where he's so good. He's such an exponent of what he does here. Is Andrea Marshall, and picking up his 2nd wicket, so he's now got 7 in this game and really pushed for the victory for his team.
Immediately back into the attack and striking again, and as you mentioned, he has 7 in this game, just leading these troops towards what could be an emphatic victory for the Spartan side. Just 6 wickets needed now if they are to win this game. Spartan doing a tremendous job.
Yeah, and they would want to go to tea. The ESAF field Pickwick side without losing a further scalp. Andrea Marshall, he'll have different ideas. He will want to take another one with him before he get into that tea interval. And again, just Captain Sprayer reintroducing Marshall into the attack, and immediately a success.
So that brings new batsman to the crease, Shamar Ford, wicketkeeper batsman. He comes in at number 6 to join the set Antonio Morris.
But if you speak about it, Rashawn, again, yet another batter, just getting a bit of a start for the ESAF field Pickwick side and couldn't carry on. We need him to get to those mammoth totals, and that hasn't been the case in this game for ESAF field Pickwick, and again find themselves in further trouble.
Yes, this ESAF field Pickwick side will definitely need to go back to the drawing board and think about how they approach their batting, because it has nothing to do with the capability. As we see another over coming to an end, 109 for 4. 40 overs completed, but as I was mentioning, Andy, it has absolutely nothing to do with their capabilities. All 11 of these guys here from this Pickwick side are more than capable to stand up and bat and get a score, but they're just not applying themselves to the best of their ability. So it's definitely something that I'm sure the Pickwick side will go back and work on at this week's training sessions. But for now, they're 119 for 4 in the 41st over.
Yeah, and interesting that you said go back to the club and get into the practice sessions. They without their coach in this innings of Andrew Iptich. As you know, he's away with the Barbados A team in Dominica. He's the assistant coach to that team, coached by Suleiman Ben, the former Barbados and West Indies left-hand spinner. Also a Spartan player, Suleiman Ben. So he's the man entrusted to lead that side to Dominica. And with him, he's got Andrew Iptich, the Pickwick head coach. So absent from today, and I'm sure he'll be following the stream here and wants his team to pull off a draw at least in this game.
Yes, a very, very strong team selected by Barbados selectors for this tour to Dominica. Neymar Bowden, he will lead the side, a very familiar face coming from the Wildy Club. Seth Agard from Windward, Cheyenne Braffett from Empire, the young Zion Braffett from UE, Zachary Carter, young shotgun from Carlton, Edwin Currency Barnett from YMPC, Joshua Dorn from Wildy, Jaden Edmond, another Empire product, Tariq O'Neill from Wildy, Justin Paris, the youngest of the side from the BCA youth team, Nathan City, another Empire product, and rounding out the side is Rashawn Worrell from that Gladiola team, along with Jaden Lord from Gladiola. So a very, very strong side selected, and I'm sure that coach Andrew Emtage, along with the other staff members, will be looking to come back to Barbados with a victory.
Yeah, they'll be looking for a victory. I can tell you a bit earlier in today's play in that game, the Barbados A team, they were batting against the Dominica side, and they were in a good position. Remember Seth Agard, he was very much there. He's past a half century, really, Seth Agard, so he was looking good. I think young Nathan Seeley, he was with him when I last checked. I'm sure we'll get that scorecard up and running for you, the viewers, sometime soon, as we're back here in the middle with ESAF Field Pickwick. They were trying to get up to at least entrust a draw in this encounter, as Neil Prasad, he's switched ends already, replacing Shim Holder from the southern end. And here he is, striking this man on the back foot, and he's out leg before. Shamar Ford missed reading the length of that delivery, going on the back foot of the ball that he should be on the front foot, and being adjudged leg before wicket by Tremaine Prescott, the umpire. Neil Prasad, I said earlier, he's a wicket taker, picks his first, and further trouble for the ESAF Field Pickwick, losing their fifth for Sean Hackett.
Shamar Ford going back to a delivery that he really and truthfully could have been forward to, that just hitting him on the back foot, and a very similar dismissal to that skipper Rohan Ryan. He has to go back to the pavilion without scoring. So Pickwick find themselves in a spot of further bother. They find themselves in a hole. Let's have a look at it. A delivery just pitching outside the line of off stump, turning sharply back into Ford, and he's on the back foot, not picking up that ball. He has to go back to the pavilion. What a good move this was to bring Prasad from the other end. He immediately strikes in his first over from that end. Ford has to go. New batsman to the crease is Preston Clark.
Yes, a lot will be asked of him now, as you saw the wicketkeeper Bada Ford not being able to come to grips with that delivery from Neil Prasad. Like I said, picking up his first wicket, Prasad in his 8th over, first from the southern end. And again, just misjudging the length, really, I could say, is Shamar Ford, and losing his wicket in the interval. So he's had to come back without scoring. As Preston Clark, you rightfully introduced, a former teammate of yours, Rashawn Hackett, at the Queen's College School. But a lot will be expected of him if he's going to take his team firstly to the interval, and then go on to probably try to get a draw out of this game.
Yes, a lot will be expected of Preston Clark. Indeed, he's one who is very, very capable with the bat. He's what you would call an all-rounder, more so featuring with the ball in this game, but he's also very capable with the bat, and I'm sure that he will look to join Morris here today and put on as many runs as possible build a partnership for this Pickwick side, because if not, they will continue to struggle as they are right now. But Passad will deliver the first delivery to Clark. Starts confidently, driving to mid-off, getting off the mark immediately. Bringing another over to an end. 121 for 5, 41 overs completed.
Yeah, successful over there again for the Spartan side. So just picking up 2 wickets in 2 overs, setting the ESAF Field Pickwick side further back. 121 for 5, still requiring some 258 runs. I think, like I said to the a bit earlier, we can take that part of it out of the equation. Is how they could get themselves a draw in this game, if they want to earn themselves a draw in this game, and that's about batting time, batting overs. So again, some 41 overs set down by the Spartan side in quick time. Remember, we're not yet into the lunch interval, and the spinners are really getting through the wickets at a quick rate.
Well, I'm a strong believer, Andy, that cricket isn't over till it's over, and until the umpire pull those stumps, anything is possible. So although it's very, very unlikely for this Pickwick side to win, it's still possible. But we'll see what happens today. After 5:30 or 6 o'clock, we will know. Either Spartan will be rejoicing very happily, Pickwick will be rejoicing, or there will be a draw and both teams will just shake hands about it.
I don't think that the Spartan side is ruined the draw at this stage. You're really in the ascendancy here. 5 wickets. We still a full session to go after lunch. And Andre is Marshall, the chief wrecker in the first innings. I tell you, he'll have different ideas. You can see the urgency of the Spartan side as the new batter, Preston Clark. He's there. You see the attack is on. There's a slip. There's a gully. There's also a silly mid-off. Just pushing back on that back foot is Marshall. That's really the danger is.
Yes, that definitely is where the danger is. And I'd really like to see Clark come forward on the front foot, because it's something that I've observed. Andre Marshall just gets the batsman on the back foot and slides in that fast delivery as he just did just now. But Clark was up to the occasion. I'd really like to see Clark coming out on the front foot and not find himself stuck on the back foot. I'd hope that he learned from the last 2 batsmen's mistakes. He's forward on that occasion. Very well played. Four dot deliveries here from Andre Marshall, so into a very good over. One down the leg side, and there's a loud appeal. Spartan side were confident, but umpire says not out. A maiden over comes to an end. 121 for 5. Andre Marshall, very tidy over.
Yeah, another good over there by the experienced campaigner. And Marshall just rushing Clark. You don't want to be going across those deliveries. Adrian Jones, very competent umpire, not being on move on that occasion, as that one was sliding down the leg side and going past the leg side. So good decision again there by umpire Jones. Preston Clark, I tell you, this is what Marshall does and does well. He just gets all of you once he's on top of you. He hustles you, and then he's never give you a chance to really look up and get settled. So Andre Marshall continues to be good. Yeah, another good over. As we head over here again, you see the youth being dismissed for some 221. Ashley Nurse, the veteran, picking up 4 for 70. Ford being left not out on some 7 runs. So it looks like Gladiola got some 97 runs if they're going to pill up with this another victory and continue in the leaderboard on this 3rd round of Elite Division cricket.
But I think it's fair to say that Gladiola should make an easy chase of those 97 runs. But BCA Youth, I'm sure they'll be looking to put up a bit of resistance. So we'll be looking to see what happens in that game as Morris just continues picking up another single. We've not seen that aggression really in the past couple of overs, Andy, because a lot of wickets have fallen around him. The last 3 wickets have fallen around him, so he's not gotten the strike as much.
Yeah, he's been a big strike. Maybe to his success. Really, Preston Clark, the new batter, he will want to stick around there for some time as the delivery just coming off the outer portion of the bat, and see the keeper Gibson giving sprinting and getting that one in front of the 3rd man boundary. And Preston Clark comes back for 2. But again, just guilty of getting on that back foot.
Yes, guilty of getting on that back foot. And as I mentioned previously, I'd really love to see him getting forward on the front foot, because there's no There's nothing good on the back foot from what we've seen so far in this innings, unless it's a very, very short delivery. These Pickwick batsmen should be looking to get forward and play the ball from directly under their eyes, but we still see them opting to play off the back foot. So let's see how Clark faces up to Prasad. Full toss, and Clark leaves it alone. Whoa!
No ball as well. It's also no ball again, delivered over the waist of the batter. Is Neil Prasad. Be interested to see. It's the second one that he's really bowled in this spell.
Comes back with a very tight delivery. Clark just strides out, plucks that one off the front foot. Clark on the back foot again, turning that one into the leg side. No run. Good delivery. Brings another over to an end for Prasad. 125-5 for this ESAF field Pickwick side.
Yes, again, just looking to survive to the luncheon interval, or the tea interval, you might want to call it. But Clark, you see, when he gets on the front foot, looks a bit more comfortable. And I think the pitch has no devils. You got to be trusting your technique to try to get on the front foot to this spin attack, really. And they just need to be mindful, as you saw the previous 2 dismissals being adjudged like before on the back foot. So that should be an indication to the newer batters. I just need to try to get on the front foot as much as I could.
Most definitely, this Pickwick side, they need to build a partnership, as Antonio Morris, he's looked good in his 42 from 42 deliveries so far. Faces up to Andre Marshall. Lovely delivery, beating that outside edge of Morris.
Yes, and this will be a challenge. Like I said, the next role here is really to get up to that interval. You don't want to come to the interval losing another wicket. I'm sure Morris will be happy with that delivery. Badly aligned there by Andre Marshall, and making its way over the rope now for a boundary. 4 runs off the bat of Morris takes his tally up to 46. Delivery badly aligned there by Andre Marshall and picking up a boundary.
Just a wayward delivery there from Andre Marshall, just bowling it a bit too far down the leg side. The intentions are clear. He wants to bowl the batsmen straight, get them playing inside of that box, but he overcompensates a bit and it goes down the leg side. Pickwick, they pick up another 4 runs. Marshall, he'll look to correct on that line. That's a much better delivery.
A much better shot as well in terms of getting onto that front foot, just negating any kind of spin was being offered there by Andre Marshall, and that's why I would like to see the Pickwick batters a bit more on the front foot to negate that kind of spin, like you said.
He's on the back foot on that occasion. Rightly so though, a short delivery. Well played there. Morris seems to have settled down quite a bit after those wickets fell. Been much more watchful in this over.
Yeah, it's a different challenge being offered up by Andre Marshall, as you see the left armer taking the ball away from the right-hander, and Morris, he was happy against the right-hand off spinners, trying to hit them into the mid-wicket region, as you saw those couple of slog sweeps. But here is Morris against Marshall, again taking it away from the right-hander and showing that technique that is so badly needed against the Spartan spinners. So it's the lunch break. It's ESAF Pickwick. They've got it to 129 for 5. Some 44 overs was sent down in that session. An excellent bowling rate from the home side Spartan, but losing 5 wickets in the process, where the ESAF Pickwick and really put themselves in a spot of bother.
Yes, a spot of bothered Pickwick side find themselves in. We just have a quick recap here. 129 for 5 in 44 overs after an overnight declaration from the Spartan side, leaving Pickwick with 379 runs to win or just battle the day for a draw. Craig Hodder and Micaiah Simmons, they started the innings well with a 44-run opening partnership. Craig Hodder, he went for 20 runs. Simmons went for 24. Rohan Ryan, he featured in a good batting stand of 20 from 68 deliveries. Kyle Hope, he was also there, 8 from 41 deliveries. The not out batsman right now is Antonio Morris, 46 from 48 deliveries. He's been very aggressive, very positive in his stroke play. Shamar Ford, he went without scoring, and now Preston Clark and Antonio Morris are the two not out batsmen who will resume after the lunch break. So with that, Andy, we say we'll be back to the viewers. Just enjoy some action from the other streams across the island.
So welcome back after that fantastic luncheon interval. I tell you, one team will be a bit happier than the other. This is the home side, the Fusionz Boutique Spartan. They've probably had a more comfortable lunch than their opposing ESAF Field Pickwick. As play is about to resume after that integral. Preston Clark, he's going to face up to Neil Passad. With him as his non-striker is Antonio Morris, as you see umpire Tremaine Prescott signaling to the scorers that play is about to resume. With me is Wayne Holder. Welcome back, Wayne. How was your lunch?
Oh, lunch was fantastic. Did the job. She said compliments the Spartan club. Must say thank you very much to the club itself and to Yama Marshall, the coach, who was insistent that the commentary team was fed. As we start with Spartan, very much in the box seat here. I think they outdid themselves in that first session after a bit of resistance in the early part by the Pickwick side. The batting fell away somewhat as the session went on, and 5 wickets in the first session would have been more than Spartan might have been expecting.
Yes, as you see a delivery pulls over square leg, over the rope for 4 now, as umpire Tremaine Prescott will rightfully signal the boundary. So Preston Clark, he starts with a boundary. Neil Passad's just bowling a bit too short and getting the full treatment. But yes, Wayne.
Picking the length of that delivery very well, Clark, and hitting it away in the deep square on the leg side. This Spartan still persistent with this 6-3 set up to the off spinner and getting it a bit too short that time for Sod, as this one is pushed through the hands of the man there at forward short leg. But the aggressive tactics adopted by Morris in particular, it has worked for him. Bit of luck he has also enjoyed. But his 46 and 48 deliveries, 4 4s and 3 6s in the knock.
Yeah, he's been a bit of an ultra aggressive knock against probably the runner player what you were expecting, probably for Pickwick to bat out the deer, really, because I don't think they're really challenging the 379 runs. And Morris just shows a bit of aggression, and aggression to the good. Now, like you say, he's got up to 46 runs with 3 towering sixes.
Well, we see Prescott looking for another big shot, the sweep this time. These deliveries angling into the leg side and in some cases down the leg side. So, a couple of free hits on offer. This time he's getting this one a bit straighter, cramping the tall of Preston Clark, and closing out the over with a dot ball is Neil Passad, 1 for 36 from his 10 overs.
Yes, taking it up to 133 for 5. Passad, like I said, known to be a bit of a wicket taker. He's just picked up some 1 wicket in this innings today. But coming into the attack, being switch of ends, he started at the northern end, and when he got onto the southern end, immediately picking up the wicket of the wicketkeeper batsman on Shamar Ford, being adjudged like before by Tremaine Prescott. So he'd be eager to pick up a couple more wickets as the innings go a bit deeper, Wayne. But in the meantime, starting from the northern end is the first innings wrecker in Andre Marshall.
Well, it has been all the spinners for Spartan ever since the opening burst by Stefan King with the new ball, the medium pacer. He's bowled 4 of the overs that have been sent down out of a total of some 45 overs that we've had so far in the innings. So now the combination of Marshall and Prasad in tandem. This delivery, a couple of deliveries going through the defenses of Antonio Morris. Morris has been very forthright in his approach. Gets a delivery which he slaps up to the fielder in the covers, straight to Jaden Norville it is, out there in the covers.
Norville, he was guilty of dropping Morris a bit earlier in his innings, and he's gone on to get he's now moved up to his 47th run here.
Yeah, quite early in his innings too. looked like a sitter coming in off the boundary at deep mid wicket and attempting to take it out, trying to catch the ball a bit too low, not getting close enough to the trajectory of the ball, and ended up catching it down by his shins, more or less. The ball slipping through his grasp. You also saw Morris put down, but off a no ball off Prasad.
Yeah, Prasad, who sent now a couple of those high full tosses in that were judged no balls.
But yes, he did. As Clark is again off the back foot, punching this one hard, but straight to Newton there at mid-on. So Marshall completes his first over after the break. 2 for 28 coming into the session. And the captain opting to go with him and Prasad.
Yes, managing to get through the overs pretty quickly. A very healthy over rate. We're in some 46 overs, and we're 2 overs after the tea interval. So the spinners really rushing through these overs here for the Spartan side.
Well, yes, and that is to be expected. It will be Prasad. Longest of the approaches for the Spartan spinners. Marshall hardly takes a run. And Shem Holder just very, very conservative in his approach also, but Prasad gives himself run above about what, some 8 meters, you can call it.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a long run for a spinner.
For a young spinner, here he comes. Brings Clark onto the front foot, back along the pitch to the bowler. So this pair quite prepared to go after anything loose, as an appeal for a catch at the forward short leg. Good diving effort there by Greenwich. The ball striking the pad, and I think it was all pad there on that occasion.
Yeah, I think it came out just off the tight pad, really. A good reflex by Akil Greenwich still even on. But
Yes.
good decision again by Tremaine Prescott.
He's looked very sharp under the lid there on either side of the wicket. Akil Greenwich has operated almost exclusively in those positions since the start of play. All padded up, helmet, shin pads and the like. As once again he comes into the play, having to move away from his position. This one pushed down square on the onside. It remains 135 for 5. I think a long time ago, Pickwick might have given up on any hopes of reaching the mammoth 379. That was basically just the formal target at the start of the day's play. And now the question is, will Pickwick be able to survive until 5:30? I don't think we'll have a problem with getting in the overs. Of course, the mandatory 15 in the final hour, which will come up after the first 60 overs.
I think we're well ahead of that win.
Well, yeah, 60 overs or 4:30, whichever comes after, whichever comes later. So now we see Marshall again to continue. And he's short, this one tucked towards mid-on. They go for a quick single. Newton comes in quickly, gets to it rather quickly, but then unable to release it once he's grasped it. Ball sticking in the fingers. So Morris comes off strike. Morris now on 49. And Clark gets another short delivery and hammers it out to mid-wicket. Having lots of time to just rock back on the back foot, pick his spot. There was 2 fielders in front of the bat on the onside. And once he struck it as well as he did, it was always going to be 4.
Yeah, short delivery there from Marshall and getting the full treatment, getting into position quickly. Preston Clark and hitting that one through the vacant mid-wicket region. So just using his crease to his detriment, really, and putting a good shot in place.
Well, yes, as you mentioned, good use of the crease by Clark. You know, it's been, you know, we talk a lot about batsmen using their feet, and when we talk about using your feet, we think of batsmen coming out of the crease and coming down the ground. But if you will hear the greats tell you that there is room between the popping crease, the crease and the stumps.
Yes.
And you can also use your feet in that direction to create length for yourself. Yeah, we saw a perfect example there by Clark. Finishing out the over, so he remains on 11, 8 extras in this total of 140 for 5, still some 239 runs away.
Yeah, and a little 20-run partnership began to forge here between Preston Clark and Antonio Morris. Morris, who's on 49, his first landmark really would get up to that half century. But Clark, he's awful good resistance since he's got him there. I mean, tall, very elegant stroke player. And so I'm just getting into excellent position in that previous over to short delivery from Andrea Marshall. And this pair will probably want to get the partnership up to 50 win. It's more about spending time in the middle now than trying to get up to that required target. But they need to do it, and they need to do it smartly.
Well, the batting to come, all the all-rounders. As Morris goes big, way over the cow corner. Massive 6, brings up his 50 in great style.
So 50 coming up for Antonio Morris. He's picking up his 4th 6. He's also had some 4 4s with that win. 55 off 56 deliveries. Excellent knock from young Antonio Morris. He had his challenges early in the innings, but he's really looking the part now and really taking on the off spin of Neil Prasad.
As you mentioned, 53 balls, 4 and 4, 54 balls as this delivery pushes him onto the back foot. So his method is that attack is the best means of defense. That has been shown that intention from the start of his innings. Don't think any of the Pickwick players would have adopted such an approach. And his has been the most successful. A full toss hit between the long on and the deep mid wicket, goes across the rope for 4 more. So overpitched by Prasad, and finding that hole between the long on and the deep mid wicket, Morris picks up yet another boundary.
Yeah, and the partnership continues to improve. 30 off 47. Morris, he's the man who's been there picking up his half century, but Prasad not being able to find that consistent line and just getting a bit too full to Morris, who's really striking them, timing the ball nicely and playing with the spin and getting it into that mid-wicket region.
Well, taking advantage of some loose bowling. So we see now forcing an adjustment in the field for Captain Springer. So he's now got a man in that same gap at that area commonly called cow corner. So we've got the deep mid-wicket, we've got the long on, and then the man at that deep straightish mid-wicket position. There's also a man right back on the deep backward square area, so field spread very far and wide for Morris, who is gently onto the front foot, pushes it up to the fielder there at short extra cover, one of 2 fielders in front the bat on the offside. It remains 150, so the 150 actually coming up with that last boundary. And again, Morris picking the length onto the front foot, not tempted by another slow tossed up delivery from Prasad. And at the end of that over, 150 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, 150 for 5. If 150 comes up, The partnership continue to grow. Some 30 runs, like we said. Antonio Morris raising the half century. He's moved up to 59. And like you said, ultra aggressive and really taking on Neil Passad. Neil Passad, a slower or spinner, and he's getting himself in really good positions and playing with a spin on these occasions and hitting that one over cow corner and into that mid-wicket region. So good batting by young Antonio Morris.
They're going to think of a single, returning to their creases. That ball pushed into the onside in front of square. Prasad at the short mid-wicket position, and keeper Gibson, who is ever on his toes. Both converging on that ball. Again, this one played into the onside. This time it's Prasad all alone. So Marshall getting a couple of deliveries on the stumps, targeting that front part, I imagine. And now we're going to see the forward, the silly point come in front of the bat on the onside in a very short forward, short leg position. Aki Greenwich under the helmet, as this time he is coming forward. Back along the pitch, it rolls to the bowler. So a little battle here developing between Marshall and Clark, as Clark is again measuring it very well. Plays another defensive shot. Outside the off stump. Good quick work there by keeper Gibson. But Preston Clark, back leg well grounded, back foot well grounded. Spartan hunting victory, hunting another 9 points. I've already picked up 9. And an outright victory will do the same thing for them. So Marshall working his magic, unable to get the edge of Preston Clark's bat. Clark survives. He remains 11, and I made an over. He means this total remaining 150 for 5.
Yeah, just see the experience of Andre Marshall again, asking Preston Clark to come on the front foot. You saw him just bowl the first 4 deliveries on a wicket-to-wicket length, and then the last 2 you just saw him taking them a bit wider, and Preston Clark just groping at them a little bit, but just beating the outer edge on each occasion. And Gibson, the keeper, continues his excellent glove work, just picking the bails very quickly, but Preston Clark was on move.
Full delivery, driven through the bowler, all along the ground. So immediately, Morris gets off strike. Brings the tall Preston Clark up to the northern end. And coming long on the front foot, they're going to go for the single. The ball eludes the forward short leg bend from backward square. Has to come around to his left. Unable to get there in time to stop the single.
Yeah, still getting some turn there is Neil Passad. He found on that good length to Preston Clark. Just getting the inner portion of the bat, but eluded the silly mid-on and picking up an easy single.
So you'd be at it with Morris again. And he's on the leg stump. The fielder having been pushed right back on the boundary at deep backward square for Morris. Bend has to come in, and they actually just amble another single.
Yeah, good batting there by Morris. He said all the guys are deep on that leg side region, and just allowing that delivery to come to him, working with the spin past the backward square for a single.
Assad is opened up that onside field there, allowing for another single. So singles off the first 4 deliveries of the over. So Prasad bowling to the 2 batsmen of varying heights, probably forced to change his lengths as to each particular batsman. That could affect the bowler's consistency as he comes in now. And Morris comes onto the front foot, so that is an over completed. 4 singles are taken out of it, and this pair fairly comfortable, at least to Prasad in his last couple of overs.
Yeah. Prasad's a bit slower, and say someone like Shem Holder and Andrea Marshall, so easy to adjust to his pace on what's a really an excellent batting pitch, man. And both of these batters just showing how equipped they are to the pace, especially of Neil Prasad. Morris in particular, see him once he gets a bit too full, again slowing pace, just hitting them over that mid-wicket region and picking up a couple of boundaries, forcing Spartan to set some additional feelers on the boundary. And now saw Morris batting smartly and just picking the singles up as the feeders are stationed in the deep.
Spartan biding their time. There's still quite a lot of time left in this game. And our wicket here pushes them further into the lower order. This pair would be the last recognized pair. Although, as I said, the likes of Edwin, Jakeem Baptiste, and Jakeem Ford would all fancy themselves as something of all-rounders at this level. This one is edged, beats the diving fielder there at second slip. They're going to pick up a single down to the short third area. Shem Holder was the man. As coming on to the front foot, looking as if he wanted to play away to the leg, and the delivery taking the outside edge, traveling close to Shem Holder fairly quickly too. And Clark gets away with another single.
Yeah, just shutting down the face and the back on that occasion, and Andrea Marshall just continued to take the ball away from the right-handed Preston Clark. So he'd be better served if he could try to keep a straight back to Marshall, but you saw him just turning the face down a bit and just coming off the edge and just going to the right of Shem Hold that second slip, and that's just a half chance, so to speak. But he just needs to be mindful to try to keep that full place in the back.
Morris tends to play a lot from the crease. You don't see that definitive movement coming towards the ball on a number of occasions. Just opting to play the ball off the pitch more or less. Pitch has turned out to be quite a belter. Not, I suspect, fully exploited by the earlier Pickwick batters. As this time he's got him. Got his man. That one pitching down on the off stump. Slightly flicking away, looking to close the face once again, Andy. And off the outside edge, straight into the pouch of the skipper there at first. Let me see it again. Coming forward and playing slightly across the line of the delivery that started somewhere on the middle stump. And the outside edge found.
Yes, Wayne. Remember I was telling you a couple deliveries ago, he just needs to keep that straight back. Again, trying to turn that ball against the turn. And Andrea Marshall, such a good exponent of that, spinning the ball away from the right-hander. Having those two feeders stationed there, waiting exactly for that dismissal. And he loses his wicket. A smart catch by Captain Springer. But Clark, he'd be guilty of turning the face in as that ball is spinned away from him. So 6 wicket goes down for the ESAF Field Pickwick. 158 for 6. Still requiring some 221 runs if they're going to challenge this total, or 4 wickets for the good of Spartan if they're going to win this one outright.
What a clever bowler this Andrea Marshall. He did defeat. We did have that ball taking the outside edge and going past the first step early in the over. And Marshall recognizing that flaw in the technique there of Clark, recognizing that he wants to close the face of the bat once it comes down straight, and finding the perfect length on that last occasion. 158 for 6 now as the new man, Zandre Baptiste, has arrived in the middle. He's a left-hander, so a bit of a change in angle here for Marshall, who is now going to come over the wicket to the left-handed player. Marshall now with 3 for 38. Now the final delivery of his 19th over. Baptiste is driving a delivery. He's want to come close to the boundary at deep cover. The race between Prasad and the ball is won by the ball. Economy of action, of movement there from Baptiste. Not a great strike of the delivery, just stroking it into the offside. There's plenty of space in that offside for Marshall bowling over the wicket. And try as he might, Prasad unable to pull the ball back.
Yes, Wayne, as you see, is just flicking over here to the Gladiola game at Brighton. The Gladiola requiring another 49 runs for victory against the Youth. There's some 48 for 1. Jaden Hoy is on 10. Zidane Harewood, he's yet to get off the mark. Young Jahidi Hines, the bowler, he's into his third over. So trying to get up to a total of 97 for victory. The Superb blend Gladiola, they're 48 for 1.
A bit of fight shown by the youngsters today, coming back just I think in the 80 odd for 4 and managing to get it to 221 in their second innings and set the Gladiola side some 97 to win. But that match, some might have expected that may have been finished by now, but a good little rally by the lower order for the youngsters. Malik Amy getting 38, Parsuram 24, Jahidi Hines himself 23, and Seth Smith, after 80 odd in the first inning, is getting 31 today.
Good promising wicket-keeper batter, Seth Smith, product of the Queen's College School as well. One who I've got a lot of time for, Ian.
Well, yes, he's been making a name for himself with some steady performances. We haven't recognized a change, or we haven't acknowledged a change in the bowling though. And right into the slot for Antonio Morris, was over the top for yet another boundary to him. Jaden Norville with his gentle medium pace, given a bowl from the southern end.
So yes, being introduced is young Jaden Norville, the medium pace bowler, and Antonio Morris is very set now, Wayne. You're not going to miss out on that. I don't think there was any type of movement on that, and just hit that one through the line and picking up another boundary.
Bowling a ball now some 52 overs old as he's introduced it to the attack. Norville, briskish looking medium pace.
Somewhat of a surprise move though, Wayne. I can tell you, Spartan pressing for this victory, and we haven't seen Norville in this match as yet, and to come into the attack now, I mean, probably could have gone back for someone like Stefan King if you're looking for a seamer in this part of the innings, but they've gone to the new man in Norville, one we haven't seen in this game as yet.
Strange move too, with a new batsman coming to the wicket. You indicate, Andy, you would think that you would want one of your main bowlers at the new batsman, is Andre Baptiste in particular. But maybe it's an opportunity to introduce Norville again, give him a chance against the new player. That may have been the thinking. Shem Holder hasn't been seen since the luncheon break. Achilles Brown, like Norville, also bowls a bit of medium pace. But yes, at 52 overs old, this ball, now in its 53rd, and this delivery is outside the off stump. Hopeful appeal going up from the Spartan slip field. Bowler not involved in the appeal, noticeably.
Definitely, Wayne, just some encouragement for the bowler without appeal. Keeper Gibson and first let the captain, you know, just entrusting such a change. You got to be supportive But that ball was well wide outside the yard stump. And Tremaine Prescott on move.
Norville passes Prescott, and this one is on the pad, worked into the onside. Baptiste is interested in a single, but Morris asked him to return to his ground. The ball traveling a bit too close to Stephon King there at mid-wicket, who had to move to his left, which is not his strongest side. But I think discretion getting the better of valor there in that last delivery. It's 167 for 6. We've had 53 overs, Andy. We know that the new ball can become due at the 60th over, and I wonder if Captain Springer may have this in mind as the reason why he's allowing Norville to bowl, saving King in case that new ball becomes necessary for such an event.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise move, like I said earlier in the over, going to Norville. All those variables that you brought there in, but also you still have someone of Shem Holder who haven't bowled, like I said, after the luncheon period. And Prasad, I mean, to bowl into the left-handed on the Baptiste the off spinner, I'm sure he would have fancied himself to bowl against the left-hander, getting the ball to spin away from him.
Well, a couple of fielders disperse into the deep as Marshall will continue to the set. Antonio Morris, long off and long on in place. Morris with some 6 4s and 4 6s in this innings is driving straight to the extra cover fielder. King is the man in there. Can't score.
Yeah, King's done some good work in the close fielders positions there. When he's been in that short mid-wicket region, short extra cover region, and he's done some very good work in the outfield.
Yeah, good movement, good hands. As this delivery again, standing from his position, Morris. You notice he just stands and he works. There's a lot of hands, not a lot of feet in those, especially for those balls pitched back into the pitch. Field closes in now, that long off and that long on come in to much closer positions as this delivery outside the leg stump, turned down to fine leg. Holder is unable to get to go in pursuit, seemingly sporting some kind of injury that might very well account for him not being seen in the attack. We just saw him pulling up, favoring that left leg.
Yeah, Achilles Brown.
Having to chase all the way from backward square. So there's a slip on the leg slip. There is a forward short leg. 3 attacking fielders perched around the bat. Down the wicket he comes. The appeal is for a catch at slip, and the umpire finally makes the decision. A delayed reaction from umpire Jones as Baptiste coming down the wicket, the ball spooning up for a slip where the Springer came around to his left and took the catch on the full. And after some delay, umpire Jones slowly raising the finger. Baptiste scrambling to get back in his ground actually. Seemed quite surprised that the decision has gone against him, but Pickwick has lost another. The end inside. We don't know how close it is, but inside.
Yeah, just bit of a delayed decision there from umpire Adrian Jones, but this to the dismissal of Zonda Baptiste. To his dismay, really, he's got to make his way back into the pavilion. Losing this 7th wicket, 170 for 7. Andre Marshall continues to be a thorn here in the skins of the Pickwick side, picking up a 4th wicket, 4 for 43 to add to his first innings 5 for win, and really a destructive force is Andre Marshall and putting the Pickwick side in further trouble. So picking up his 4th, Pickwick loses their 7th. The new batter is Jakeem Ford, and like you said, it's just a matter of how close to the end this really could be.
Yeah, Marshall on the rampage. Baptiste's gone for 4, caught by Springer, who has taken his second catch in the innings. Hakeem Springer feeding in the slips exclusively throughout this innings. Marshalling his troops now from leg slip. So he's got us actually from first slip. So the 2 slips in place. As Jakeem Ford, young medium pace all-rounder, up from the intermediate side for this match. Has a chance to find himself some glory with the bat. As he is struck on the pad and gone leg before wicket. Look, apparently hit on the back pad as he came forward. Straight delivery from Marshall. And playing down the wrong line, it appears, young Ford, and struck. You get a chance to see what apparently from this position appears struck on the back pad. And this time Jones doesn't hesitate to raise the finger.
Yes, I saw Ford being deceived there by a delivery from Andrea Marshall, who continues his impressive stuff, picking up a fifer. Let's have a look here, in. And as you said, struck on the back foot, and Jones was quick to say that he was a judge like before. Losing the 8th wicket is the ESAF Pickwick side, and Andrea Marshall having another fifer.
Not only a fifer, but very much on a hat trick with that first ball dismissal of Jakeem Ford. And the next batter not even given enough time to get ready as Rashid Edwin makes a late entry out of the pavilion onto the ground. 8 wickets down. Spartan very, very much on the way.
Yes, I'm very much on the way, Win. As you can see, 1 victory already in this round of matches. You see the Wildy side winning by 182 runs over the Bayview Hospital YMPC.
Well, so yes, a very disappointing performance by YMPC in this match. Started the season in good style with a victory, an outright victory, but since then now have gone down in successive matches to outright defeats, and very much a lot of problems with the batting. Not a lot of runs coming out of the YMPC batting this year under the captaincy of Kimar Jabari Smith. And so they are somewhat beleaguered in this early stage of the competition. And actually, these last 2 matches have seen them slip towards the bottom end of the table. I think we can safely say Gladiola very much on the way to yet another outright win, which will be their 3rd in succession as they continue to lead the pack. Maybe looking to extend that lead after this series. I think a victory here would be 20 points to them.
Yes, a 20 to the good of Gladiola. That will really push them a bit further ahead.
I think they started this round with 34 points.
So congratulations to Wildy, rebounding from a defeat to Gladiola in the second round.
One struck in the air but into a wide open space on the onside. Jaden Norville, the medium pacer, continuing from the southern end, and Morris onto the front foot, whipping it into the onside. The ball traveled for a long time in the air out toward mid-wicket. There's a long on and a deep forward square, the fielders, and a deep backward square, the fielders on the boundary riders on the onside. There's also a long off and a deep cover. So Morris is in, and this one is driven. Gets an awkward bounce there. There's King at extra cover, but managing to keep his eyes on the ball. I think that was important there, and managing then to parry it down in front of him. So no run. Norville, some innocuous looking medium pace. Short delivery. Actually advancing towards the bowler is Morris before just closing the wrists and dragging it down to deep mid-wicket. Walks through for 1. Brings Edwin to face up for the first time. 173 for 8. They still require another 206 runs. I think that is of mere academic interest now.
Yes, we said that a long time ago, Ian. It's just about survival, or on the part of Spartan, picking up the remaining 2 wickets really here at Queen's Park.
But it's turned into a lovely evening. Nice evening to go for a stroll, Andy.
Well, it would be.
As Norville is on target and Edwin is onto the front foot. Nice evening to have a stroll with the better half.
Literally a stroll in the park.
A stroll in the park. Exactly what I'm talking about.
You've seen a few spectators come in. They're not having a stroll, but they're having a look around. A few of the spectators there just looking forward to see a victory for the Spartan side, if they may, which is coming in to the park.
So the next delivery from Norville is the final one of his second over. 173 for 8 it is. ESA field Pickwick. Just the 2 wickets left. And we have had, some 55 overs in this innings. Way ahead of schedule. And the final hour scheduled to begin at 4:30, and if you know, at 20 minutes to 4 o'clock, with only 5 overs left of the initial 60 overs before that final 15. So we're going to, it's a matter of time though, it's a matter of how much further the game actually goes, whether we will need that final hour, as Marshall starts another over. Andre Marshall, 20 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 43.
That would have been a hat-trick ball, Wayne.
Very much so, outside the leg stump. And he is now with a 10-4 in the match. The only one who has really stood his ground and stood in the way of the Spartan bowlers in any significant fashion has been Antonio Morris. This one pushed up towards Greenwich there at silly mid-off now, but much more in front of the bat, much more forward than the average silly point position. As he crouches, and this one is short and dragged into the onside.
Yeah, just clever stuff again by Marshall, taking all the pace out of that delivery. And one, like you said, he plays this shot with his hands, just all hands, and just get in the inner portion of the bat and play the into mid wicket. But Marshall taking all the pace out in that delivery.
Something like a backhand tennis shot. Morris tends to play to those deliveries that pitch back from him. But he has switched ends now. He's going to bring the big Rashid Edwin into strike. Edwin goes for that lap sweep again. Ball ending up just away on the onside, at a short on the onside. Wicket keeper Gibson takes a stroll out to collect it. A number of games across the island and in all the divisions are somewhat beginning to come to a close. We see 1 or 2 players who would have been involved in games outside of Queen's Park making their way to the park. As Marshall finishes his over, 5 for 44, 21 overs. It's now 174 for 8.
Yes, Wayne, and again we just head back over here to this game. Windward Wanderers requiring 211 more runs. They're 21 for no loss, so this game is just about time. I'm not sure they can get up to that 200 and 42 for victory. That's the target posted. But the 21 for no loss and 211 runs required. This one seems to be headed when I would say probably to a draw, as Jazz Griffith he's there on 11, and his opening partner Joshua Morris he's on 10 for the Wanderers side.
Yes, with Windward dismissed in their second innings for 179 for 8 declared. In fact, they were at one point, I think 90 odd for 7. Big hit in the air. Achilles Brown comes in and floors a catch. Doing all the hard work, moving in well, getting both hands to it, but getting his hands to it inches from the ground. And the ball spilling from his grasp once he hit the turf.
Yes, Morris trying to chance his hands. He wanted to get up to that 3 figures and thinking that the best chance is to get after the medium pacer of Jalen Norville and just hitting that one, not timing it to his best. And Achilles Brown couldn't hold on. So another chance goes a begging for him as this one now is struck down to Brown, this time along the ground. Does good ground feeding and he picks up a single.
Well, to his credit, it was a sterling effort from Achilles Brown. The ball was dropping fairly quickly. But you know, we always tend to feel once you get both hands to the ball, you would want to hold on. Having to dive at that last moment. Unfortunately unable to take a spectacular catch it would have been had he been able to hold on. Delivery's outside the off stump. Actually bouncing a second time before it gets to keeper Gibson. Surprised to see Gibson standing back for Norville though at this stage.
Yeah, and especially seeing Morris prepared to use his feet to get to the pitch of those deliveries from the medium pacer. It's an experiment I'm sure that Spartan is really working with to see to get some overs out of Norville, really, to see what he's really having him.
Full dish delivery driven up to mid-off with the signal coming from umpire Prescott to his partner. Adrian Sludgy Jones, high scoring batter for YMPC in his time as an active player.
Tell what YMPC could do with some of his runs now. You see them just going down to defeat
Struggling.
Wildy.
Struggling in the batting, in the area of batting YMPC. So this is now the 57th over coming to an end. 175 for 8. Norville bows a full toss. This one is in the air. A chance for Newton. He's going to take it quite comfortably in the conventional approved fashion, catching it under the chin and just in front of the chest. A full delivery from Norville, an innocuous delivery, and Edwin looking to play it away in the onside, gets the leading edge. And coolly taken by Kevion Newton, one of the coolest cricketers you'll ever come across.
Yeah, cool mover, indeed, just moving quietly to his left and judging the easy catch in the end. He made it look simple when, as you saw, Rashid Edwin trying to hit that one somewhere in the leg side, got a leading edge, and Norville picking up a wicket. We spoke about the Norville experiment, but he's got a wicket in this game, one Elite Division wicket, that of Rashid Edwin, and further trouble for the Spartan, for the Pickwick side, losing their 9th wicket win, and this one could be done pretty soon.
Well, yes, so as you say, the Norville experiment, persisting with it, and he's come close on a couple of occasions, and eventually there is some success for him. He gets his first wicket, I think, and put Spartan one step away from victory, where we see Gladiola also just some
7 runs.
7 runs away from what would be their third consecutive win, third win on the trot at the top of the season. A victory that would push them up to 54 points and extend their lead at the top of the standings. As we see Akeem McCullin picking up a couple of runs from the leg spinner Rajiv Parsuram's bowling. Parsuram with one of the 2 wickets to have fallen so far, as we come back here to Queen's Park, where without any doubt it will be Andre Marshall looking to close this innings out.
It's also Antonio Morris. I'm sure he would like to get to that century, but here he is trying to hit Marshall to the leg side. The keeper is under it, and victory for Spartan as Antonio Morris goes, caught by keeper Gibson, trying to slog sweep Marshall somewhere into Queen's Park, getting the outer edge win and losing his wicket. Going for 73, Andre Marshall a 6 foot.
Marshall with 6. Well, desperate measures. Situations call for desperate measures, and we saw the desperation in Antonio Morris there with the last man at the wicket, looking to accumulate as much as he can and getting the edge, the ball spiraling up into the air just in front of him, just off the square, and Teron Gibson is not going to drop that now or ever. Simple catch for him. 6 wickets to Andre Marshall. Once again, this undeniably penetrative left-arm orthodox spinner has done the job for his club. He's the president of the Spartan club and delivering by example. 6 wickets to him as Pickwick all out for 175. 6 for 44. Marshall to add to his 5 in the first innings. 5 for 68. So a matter of 11 wickets for 112 runs in the match for his match figures. Definitely the player to have contributed the most to this Spartan victory, although the batsman also putting a tremendous stint in the innings. 233 in the first innings, and then a massive 264 for 2 on that second afternoon last Sunday that really pushed the game out of the reach of the Pickwick side. And Marshall continuing today, leading his side to a comprehensive win, dismissing Pickwick for 175 to win by a whopping 203 runs, and Spartan picking up 18 points in this match, and obviously pushing themselves up the table. Pickwick, after victory in the first match, somewhat beginning to flounder, like YMPC. Back-to-back losses now, maybe some concern again in the area of batting.
Yes, their batting would have let them down tremendously in this game here. When, like you said, just being dismissed for 119 in that first innings, 175 in the second innings. They wanted to go on and get some better scores, but the batting, like you said, really faltering in this particular game. Ever since you saw that likes of Rohan Ryan, Craig Holder not getting the scores that they will be expected to get, and it's really led to the demise of the Pickwick side. So losing that one by 204 runs. Excellent game all around here by the Spartan side, led expertly by that's 11 wickets by Andre Marshall, the veteran. Impressive knots, century by Akeel Greenwich, son of former West Indies player Alvin Greenwich, in here at Queen's Park, and some good knots by the captain, Sprayer. I think half centuries in both innings, so he shows some really good character. And the other opening batter, Achilles Brown, just showing his worth for a couple of 40s as well, coming off with some excellent scores in his first 2 matches. So all in all, a good all-round showing here by the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. You can see him in the middle, Coach Dave Marshall, very happy manager. She's there as well. They're having a fantastic time, I'm sure. 2 victories in succession to them when after losing their first
yes,
game.
I was going to say quite a rebound after a disappointing loss on their return to the Elite Division. Fusionz Boutique Spartan, and this would have really, this second consecutive win would have really boosted their confidence and encourage them as we head into the rest of the season. This is just the early beginnings, the first 3 matches, and there's still a lot of cricket to be played. And the Spartan side boosted and looking very confident, really were in control of this game from the very beginning. Just lost the control for a brief period on the first day, but once they reasserted themselves last Sunday, there was no turning back. And Andre Marshall, again, has proven to be the catalyst for this Spartan side. I think they would have been smarting having been demoted, the Spartan team, and they definitely have so much to prove and want to establish that they are one of the premier sides, premier clubs on the domestic scene. And here we see a tremendous performance. Coach Dave Marshall leading at the helm and really looking to inspire Spartan to great things once again.
Yes, I was telling young Hackett a bit earlier how animated Dave Marshall would have been as a player, and even more animated as a coach to see him just going through his paces with the players in the team meetings. But we can tell that the next fixture for the Fusion Boutique Spartan side will be up against the Superb Blend Gladiola at Rice's. So that should be a very good encounter. Gladiola on the brink of 3 consecutive victories. Spartan 2 back-to-back victories, and you should be seeing him somewhere at the top of the table going into the next round.
Well, yes, when the points are tallied at the moment, we have from my records here, Gladiola out front with the 54 points, having completed victory there at Brereton over the BCA Youth. Wildy, who defeated YMPC, the first outright victory in this series today, have moved to 42. Spartan are on 41. Empire, who came in to the series on 30 points and yet to complete their game against the university team there at Bank Hall, so they will be adding some points to their tally. But whatever happens, that match between Superb Blend Gladiola and the Fusionz Boutique Spartan will be one of the key encounters going into the 4th round.
I can tell you a couple more matches in that 4th round. Windwards, they will host the ESAF Field Pickwick at Lucas Street. All St. Philip clash therein. Dells Road, they will have Wanderers up against the University of the West Indies at Brereton. The Signia Globe Financial BCA Youth, they will play the Bayview Urgent Care YMPC. That's, like I said, at Brereton. And at Bank Hall, the home side. In the Auto Express Empire, they will take on Wildy at Bank Hall. Another game that might carry a lot of interest.
Another one of the big matches coming up in the next round. Of course, you know, the adjudicators will decide which game will be the match of the series that we will be carrying here on the live stream, at least carrying the live ball by ball. And it will be interesting to see, but we've got some very interesting matchups from which to choose, with the leaders Wildy, and as you mentioned, the leaders are Gladiola and Spartan and Empire and Wildy. I think those 2 matches will be very much in contention to be regarded as the game of the series come next round, which begins next Saturday. No cricket in Barbados tomorrow. Tomorrow's Mother's Day, special day in the country, and full respect paid to those very deserving ladies, the mothers of the nation.
The mothers of the nation, indeed. We're going to carry on the broadcast. Remember, this coverage goes in comparison with Bell Imagery and the Barbados Cricket Association. It's a conjunction between the pair, and the BCA continues to do good work and allowing the viewers to see this from their living rooms. But we're going to carry on as we go up to Windward here, where Windward are taking on the Wanderers in the game. It seems like Wanderers are under a bit of pressure here now at 26 for 3. still requiring another 206 runs. Losing wickets. Joshua Morris, he's still very much there on 15. And the young spinner Kimari Griffith, he's picked up some 2 wickets for 13 runs. So pressure on the Wanderers side if they're going to stave off a victory from the Windward side here this evening at Lucas Street.
Well, Andy, the magic of technology, where we're able to sit here in Queen's Park in Bridgetown and follow the progress and the exchanges all the way in the east of the island at Lucas Street in St. Philip. And there's the Wanderers team with a target set
242,
of 242 was the original target.
I think that's the target.
Well, yes, 232 as the original target. Now losing some 3 wickets. The last one going was Hayden Hart, leg before wicket to Jarian Hoyt for no score. They've also lost Jazz Griffith for 11 and Leonard O'Gara for no score. So Windward maybe harboring thoughts of an outright win. I think the bets, though, more in favor of a draw on it would inquire a real stupendous collapse by the Windward team by the Wanderers team for Windward to actually contemplate an outright win, while we're looking at maybe a break in play here at Bank Hall. 291 that was the winnings target set by UWI for Empire to get. They're now 107 for 2 with Kevin Stout very much on the go on 52 from 62 balls. He's found a very able ally in Revere Cottle, the young wicketkeeper batsman, who is there on 43 from 61 deliveries. And from all appearances is that Empire may be taking a chance and having a go at this very tall target. They have been set at 107 for 2 they are in the second innings.
That one will come down to overs as well, Wayne, and light, as we're now at 4 o'clock, as you rightfully said. And those are the variables that can go into it. The university's team, they can really go on the defensive as well, as they have to go into that final hour with the last 15 overs. So.
Well, yeah, everything will have to go right for Empire too. They will have to get some very good partnerships, and they will have to score quickly. And like I said, everything will have to go in their favor. So I still think that one, logically speaking, should head to a draw. Where we head back now to Lucas Street, where play is resuming, and Jarian Hoyt, the wicket taker, continuing to Jared Lovell, the Wanderers captain.
I think Lovell was a century maker in the first innings of this game.
Yes, getting a 3-figure score. Joshua Morris has been getting some decent starts all season. Because he will be looking to use this afternoon as another opportunity to fill his boots, more or less, with very little in the contest, at least for Wanderers, as we see Lovell playing a nice shot off the pads into the onside and picking up a couple of runs. As a matter of fact, that going to the boundary for 4.
It's a nice shot. He's just getting inside the line and whipping that one through the mid-wicket region to pick up a boundary to get him off the mark as well. Lovell, like I said, fresh off of century in the first innings. And young Joshua Morris, the score must be definitely around the corner for him. But he's looked well all season, just haven't been able to carry on for those big scores that he seems so much entrenched to get. But Jarian Hoyt, the fast bowler here, he'll be looking for a second wicket, as Wanderers still requiring another 198 runs if they're going to get up for victory.
A name that keeps popping up, Andy, in the windward side, the off spinner Kamari Griffith has been picking up wickets, a couple of big hauls, and one who has quietly crept on to the scene. Haven't seen him bowl for a couple of. I think I last saw him last season during the youth trials. Actually, tallish off spinner, but very quietly picking up a number of wickets. Kamari Griffith.
Yes, one of those age group cricketers really coming to the fore. As you see, the Spartan side just completed their team meeting, and they're just going to head to the confines of the pavilion. And behind us, the ESA field, Pickwick, they're in a closed door meeting. They're behind closed doors ever since the defeat.
We didn't see the regular coach, Andrew Emptish, today.
Well, I made mention to the viewers that Andrew Emptish, he's away with the Barbados 18. He's the assistant coach to that team. They're away in Dominica, and Sulman Ben, the lead coach of that team, very much a Spartan man. So that's the reason you wouldn't be seeing someone like Emptish here today, as he's on duty with the Barbados 18.
As the outfield here at Spartan deserted, except maybe for a couple of Spartan players. You see Gibson, it looks like, lying prostrate, and joined by Achilles Brown. That's should I say former umpire Troy Tudor?
You'd be correct.
Coming across, and he would have been here for the climax of this wonderful win by the Fusionz Boutique Spartan team. Just to recap for those who may be joining us and wondering why there is no play, it is because Fusionz Boutique Spartan were able to complete a comprehensive victory over by 203 runs over ESA Field Pickwick, declaring at their overnight 264 for 2 and ahead by 378, asking ESA Field Pickwick to either get those 379 runs for victory or at least survive the day. They were not able to do so, and eventually dismissed in 57.2 overs for 175. The highlight of the innings, 6 wickets for 44 by the veteran left-arm slow bowler Andre Marshall, backed up by 2 for 50 from the off-spinner Shem Holder, the Barbados off-spinner, and the most significant knock for ESA Field Pickwick, 73 off 85 balls with 6 fours and 4 sixes from Antonio Morris, the lone real resistance to the Spartan bowlers. We did see Craig Holder 20, Micaiah Simmons 24. These pair have added some 44 for the first wicket. Rohan Ryan with 20 and Preston Clark 16, all getting bits of a start, but none being able to continue and none able to deny Spartan the whopping 203 run victory. As we again taking some of the proceedings from windward, and this is the off spinner Griffith, of whom I spoke earlier. Griffith with 2 of the wickets for 17 runs. Right arm off spinner he is. And he is bowling to Joshua Morris. Griffith keeping the batsman in check there, pushing it. So we've had 3 victories in this series, Andy. 3 outright wins so far.
Yes, we have Wayne, and just saying we're going to come back here live where our own Rashawn Hackett, he's going to have an interview with the Spartan captain, the victorious Spartan captain, Akeem Springer. So just stand by for that interview with our own Rashawn Hackett and the captain of the victorious Fusion Boutique Spartan. We go over to Rashawn.
Massive home victory from Spartan, securing a huge 209-run victory over the ESAF Pickwick side. And joining me is none other than the captain of the side, leading from the front, Akeem Springer. Akeem, huge congrats on the performance today. How pleased are you with that performance from your entire team?
Well, thank you. Very
Empire.
happy. Obviously, we all know last season, well, 2 seasons ago when Spartan get demoted, it wasn't easy. So coming back last season, winning first division, then coming here, 2 victories in 3 games, I believe is a fantastic performance, and it's just up from here.
And a lot of fantastic performances from your players. We saw that superb 100 from Akil Greenwich and a 5-wicket haul from the experienced Andre Marshall. In your opinion, who was the player of the match in this game?
Me personally, I would say Akil. I'm very happy. I'm very happy for Akil. He has been putting in the work at practice, and you can see he's hungry for success. So very happy for Akil. In terms of Andre, you know, it's a year in year out thing, and anytime I call on Andre, you know, he always give me a fantastic performance.
And let's zone in on your personal performances. Now, we saw in the first innings you scored a 63, followed up by 80 in the second innings, leading from the front as skipper. How did you find the conditions for batting, and how did you go about scoring your runs?
I always enjoy batting in the park. The ball spin, but slow spin. So I believe once you apply yourself with from bad balls, you know you will be good. My mindset this season is to try to get 500 runs. I had a stint in Australia last year, late last year, this year, and it really showed me, a lot. And I believe I at an age now where I want to contribute more to my team, and I'm very happy with my performance so far.
And finally, this victory puts you guys up to 41 points, which I'm sure would do you very, very good in the table. How much does this victory boost the team's confidence going into future rounds in the tournament?
Very confident. The guys have been playing as a unit, so we feed off of one another. And I honestly, I enjoy cricket. This bring back memories of when I was playing for Barbados Youth when I was young and not really loving cricket. Recently, just have that feeling like I can't wait the weekends come, and the guys support me right through everything I do. The guys always have my back, so that gave me encouragement to want to play. So I'm very happy with what's going on so far.
I thank you very much, Akeem. Superb victory from you guys today. Congrats on the win. All the best going forward in the season. You've heard it here from victorious captain Akeem Springer. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, man. You enjoy, man. All the best rest of the season.
And we heard there from the victorious captain of the Spartan team. And interesting to hear him say how he's enjoying his cricket once again, because here we are having a look at the leaderboard as far as runs for the season so far is concerned. And who would think is the #1 scorer so far in these 3 series of matches? None other than Akeem Springer himself. 265 runs at an average of 53 runs per innings. And again, of significance, the next best being his opening partner for Spartan, Achilles Brown. So the Spartan pair out front and running as far as the tallies of runs concerned. A clear indication as to why Spartan has done so well.
Yeah, well, batters getting runs, and then you have the likes of Andre Marshall picking up some wickets. You can see why they will continue to add victories to this thing. But those two, as you mentioned, Wayne, Captain Springer 265 and Brown with 220. Now a century being posted by a young Greenwich. Just argues well for the top order of this Spartan side.
Well, yes, Greenwich is somewhere in the upper echelons of that run scoring chart. Akil Greenwich with 154 runs, averaging 51.
Yes, note there is that Mardon Ben, he hasn't gotten going as yet. You know, he was the Spartans' leading run scorer last season. He's been prolific in Barbados cricket with every division he played at. And it's just a matter of time, I can say, before someone like Maradon Ben gets into the scoring of this Spartan lineup. So that augurs well for Spartan with their batting at the top order batting coming good at the start of the season.
Another interesting fact, the third highest scorer coming from Shamari Gittins, the youngster at the Gladiola team, 194 runs. The excellent average of 53.44, 194 from some 6 innings. And Ivan Grant, who didn't get to play for Spartan in this round of matches, he has also been among the runs, averaging 46, 186 runs to him.
Yeah, a bad miss for Pickwick side. Grant, he really props up that top to middle order, and missing him in this game has really proven that they can ill afford to lose a player of the caliber of Ivan Grant. Obviously, they would have also liked to have the inclusion of the West Indies white ball captain in Shea Hope, who from all reports he understood was available, but some instructions coming probably from higher that he couldn't be involved in this encounter. So Pickwick just being let down by the batting and the absence of someone like Ivan Grant, showing his value to a Pickwick batting lineup.
So Wanderers recovering somewhat to 44 for 3 as they look to get it to the unlikely target, 232. Couple of runs picked up there, having to hurry though, the non-striker Morris, as a good return comes in to the bowler Griffith. Griffith with 2 for 25. Griffith with 5 wickets in the first innings, so 5-wicket haul there for him. 5 for 61, and now with 2 wickets. As an appeal for leg before wicket goes up, looking for that sweep shot there, Lovell.
Yeah, well pitched outside the leg step, and umpire Junior Holder. Junior Grimes, sorry. There's so many holders around. Junior Grimes Holder, Shim Holder, Craig Holder, Ayana Holder.
And I know 2 junior holders that play cricket.
I knew 2 junior holders as well.
Well, as a matter of fact, 3. Well, one who used to play.
Yeah, so Junior Grimes just had that name holder in my head. Yeah, just a judging not out. But Griffith, like you said, a fifer in the first innings, and now some 2 wickets in the second innings, going well for the Windward side.
You would have also had an outing with the Barbados Youth Under-19 team, Kamari Griffith, a player, as I said, whose name keeps popping up, and one to which we should pay some attention. So the 50 brought up there with a boundary. They moved to 50 for the loss of 3 wickets in the second innings. Wanderers, as we head down towards what should be the final hour of the game. The match here at Queen's Park very much wrapped up. Lovell is sweeping well this time. This time he makes contact, and this time he gets a boundary.
Yes, getting down the lap sweep and picking up a boundary off the off spinner of that man Griffith, just guilty of getting too far down the leg side. And Lovell, like you said, fresh off of a century in the first innings, wasn't going to miss out on that. We saw him in the first round against Wayne, and he looked a very attractive batter, the captain Gerard Lovell, and hopefully that he can carry on and have the season that he's expected to have, posting I think it was 40 odd in the first innings against the Empire side, and look really good at the crease.
Well, those not close to the action at Darrell's Road, a few of us might have been surprised at his selection as captain for this season.
Well, he's an age group player from the Wanderers Junior program. He's really came through the program. He was there. I saw previous interview with him says some 20 years. He's only 26 years of age, and he's been around the Wanderers side for 20 years. So bringing up a second boundary, a third boundary. So he's gone to 3 consecutive fours in this over Gerard Lovell, and like I said, elevated the captaincy for this season.
And showing some example for his side. They did go down in the very first match, bounced back to win the second, and here they are now seemingly headed for a team draw in this third round of matches. So with the current points table, expect to see Spartan in third place once the other matches are completed. Empire, who started this round on 30 points in second place, haven't done very well. I think they have just managed to eke out about 6 points upstairs somewhat at home by the University of the West Indies side. So they may very well find themselves on 40 points and third place, and fourth place in the standings.
Yes, as you flick over to Empire now, as we continue to speak about them, you said second place going into this round, still requiring another 174 runs, but I can tell you've lost the wicket of Kevin Stout as the first round Centurion in Kofi Hurdle. He's now making his way into the middle. Cottle, he's on 47, looking set to score a half century as Jamali Lynch. He's picked up 1 for 25 for the university team.
He's had a good return to the top level. Jamali Lynch came up all the way from St. Lucie with the Lords team and joined up with the University of the West Indies. Would have been a regular member of the elite team until the start of this season. One notices that he started at the first division level, the UE team, one of the few teams I think with elite and first division teams in the various competitions.
Yeah.
And Lynch had, I think he got, I think it was 4 wickets the first innings. We can check that.
He's a good all-rounder. Really, he's also very useful with the bat.
Well, yes, I did see him. I did get a look at him a couple of seasons back with the bat, playing in the BCL competition, or believe it or not. Empire 120 for 3, and Empire out for 210 the first innings, with Lynch picking up some 4 of the wickets for 41 runs. Himself and Jonathan Carter sharing 8 wickets.
Yes, see him just going leg-wise down the leg side. So there's still 121 for 3 at the end of that over. Cottle, he's on 47. Kevin Stout, he went bowled by Lynch for 58. Roach, Damani Roach, he went leg before the Carter for 2. And leg spinner Ethan Wood picking up yet another scalp, picking up 1 of the wickets to go down for the Empire side. So UE getting the better of the first innings. Empire still requiring 170 runs. The UE needed some 7 wickets. It looks like Kelvin Marcus, the combined campuses and colleges medium fast bowler. He's going to carry on. None for 23 from 5 overs previous. But again, excellent conditions all around the country. It's good for batting. As Cottle, he would like to get up to another half century in this game. So Kofi Hurdle, the first innings, first round Centurion, he's very much there, and he's on 3. But back here in Queen's Park, we're going to have another interview with Rashawn Hackett. This time, he'll have the captain of the ESAF field, Pickwick, losing captain in this encounter, Rohan Ryan. Over to you, Rashawn.
After the end of play on day 3 here at Queen's Park, I'm joined with the skipper of the ESAF Pickwick side, Rohan Ryan. Rohan, harsh defeat today, losing by 209 runs to the Spartan side. Firstly, what was your overall assessment of the overall game and the team's performance?
Coming into the game, we were confident, but obviously, after the first innings, we would have bowled out Spartan for 230 odd. but we didn't have enough runs in the first innings, only 119 or so. So obviously then we were on the back foot from there. Spartan put themselves in a good position in the second innings, but then having a lead of 378, so we were on the back foot coming into today's game.
And let's zone into today's game now, as you mentioned. Coming into today, we had an overnight declaration from the Spartan side, leaving you guys with two options. Either 379 to win the game, or just back through the entire game for a draw. What were the discussions like in the dressing room, and what was the plan coming in today's play?
We had mixed suggestions from the team, obviously, but I think we always play our best cricket when we were positive. So we didn't necessarily always align with going for all 378, but the plan was to bat the entire day. We did not want to go being negative, but we wanted to bat the entire day, batting our natural game. And if we get close, we get close. So that was the approach today from the boys, and we all agreed to that. And I think as the captain, I thought that we had our best chance, not just looking to survive, but playing positive cricket, battling normal, as if this was just another day of cricket.
And when we spoke on day one at the toss, you obviously told me that the wicket and conditions were very good for batting, and you would have opted to bat. But in this game, we saw limited batting performances from the Pickwick side in both innings. What do you think the team could have done better, especially the batsmen, to put more runs on the board for Pickwick?
Well, as you have seen, a couple of the guys got in, got out. Our problem as well is losing wickets in clusters. We didn't build any partnerships. We didn't put any pressure back on Spartan. So that was one of the downfalls. Of course, the wicket was good for batting on the first day, but if you don't bat well, you can't get the points. And, you always put yourself on the back foot. So that was one of the problems there. We're losing wickets in clusters and then not putting pressure back onto the Spartan bowlers. So that's where we could have improved in this game.
And we must not forget the outstanding performances still. Although you guys suffered a loss, there were some superb performances still. We now saw Antonio Morris, who scored a fantastic half-century. And in the first innings, we saw Rondre Yearwood picking up 4 wickets. What were some of the outstanding moments of this game that you still think can be commended from a team standpoint?
Well, those two for sure. I have to actually commend Rondre. He didn't take any. He took 2 wickets in the second innings, but he really bowled his heart on the second innings, trying to get us back into the game. Morris as well. That was a good knock today, and we always encourage Antonio to be very positive in his approach. He's a naturally aggressive player. We don't ever want to stifle that, so we encourage him to go out there and express himself. And he did. He came off today, but unfortunately, we still had the loss.
I thank you very much, Rohan. I wish you all the best going forward into the remainder of the season. You've heard it here from skipper of the ESAF Pickwick side, Rohan Ryan.
There you had it. That interview from Rashawn Hackett, our very own Rashawn Hackett, with Rohan Ryan. We just commending young Antonio Morris on an excellent play, half-century, and Rondre Yearwood, who continues to pick up wickets. A good clip in this the Elite Division so far for the season.
Well, yes, a couple of bright sparks for the Pickwick team, despite the defeat. Obviously, yes, the bowling of the left-arm spinner, Rondre Yearwood, who features among the leading wicket takers in the competition up to this stage. We take a look at that when we get a chance, and of course that breezy innings from Antonio Morris there in the second innings, going against the grain more or less, with most of the Pickwick batters basically looking to survive. He was the one who took the proactive route and took the fight to the Spartan bowlers, and he was, as it turned out, the most successful.
There you see a ball from Hurdle played back up to Lynch. Couldn't hold on to it in the follow through. But many would think that was going down as a half chance of a cotton ball to Jamali Lynch, who continues to do the good for the university side. 1 for 28, some 7 overs. And it's just like that he created a bit of a half chance there off Kofi Hurdle.
A tremendous effort to make a catch of it. That ball was just inches from the turf, and in his follow through, having to get down, managed to get his hands to it. Not so sure if it may have actually carried right back into his hands.
You see.
But he looks very, very keen, very enthusiastic.
Yes, Kofi Hurdle, like you said, picking up a century in the first round
very
matches.
first game.
Yeah, looking very good form. Playing against the Wanderers at Dells Road. His team will probably need him more now this afternoon to just try to close out the innings and, you know, pick up a draw in this game. The University, it still requires some, just still need another 7 wickets. Oh, a shot there by Kofi Hurdle, just playing a fantastic cover drive through the covers as you see the umpire signaling the 4 there, a ball over pitch from Lynch and getting the full treatment from Kofi Hurdle.
To see the young Revere Cottle on the verge of a half century. Young wicketkeeper bat out of the St. Leonard School. Has been in and out of the Empire side for the last couple of seasons. It's good to see him seemingly settled now at Bank Hall.
Albeit, I'm not sure if he would have taken the gloves in this game as Mario Albert, you know, the experienced wicketkeeper batter, he's been doing the keeping duties for the first couple of games. So, but Rivera Cottle, a very good glove man as well. Wayne, I'd be grateful to see him get it to that half century.
Notice I've seen him do a bit of bowling also of late, young Cottle. So useful addition to the Empire setup there at Bank Hall. Like you said, it would be good for him, good for his confidence to pick up an elite division half century. Something of a shotgun. Loves to play his shots. Again, another one we would have seen at the under-19 trials last season.
One particular game at Bear Hall where you played lots of shots, Wayne.
Yeah, like we said, very much a shotgun, a very pretty player, easy on the eye. And I have to say, well, he's at the non-striker at the moment. Hurdle gets out a very good delivery there from Lynch. So Lynch enjoying his work. Empire now 125 for 3 in the second innings. Remembering a huge target, they would have been set. 291 it was to win. In limited time, 125 for 3 and 29 overs. Don't think actually employing any ideas of getting up to that target. But of course, with 3 wickets down, still a fair amount of overs to go, and 1 ball to take a wicket, so Empire still need to preserve themselves and keep their wickets intact. As Cottle, I believe, now brings up his half century, hitting one square on the offside, raises his bat to his teammates and the Empire spectators, normally assembled on that western side of the ground, as he goes up to 50, does Revere Cottle. The boundaries at Bank Hall 3s and 4s, so he has struck no 4s, which will be maximums, and of course with the scoring system we won't record those 3s, but we can tell that he's faced some 73 balls for his 50. Revere Cottle, you familiar with him? First of all, let's say welcome Rashawn Hackett back alongside me to continue our coverage of the BCA Elite Division competition. We've had some 3 outright victories so far today, and this game that we're now presently watching at Windward, one of the 2 matches still in progress, as Wanderers beginning to breathe a lot easier now. Might have been mildly concerned having lost 3 wickets in the early exchanges there at Windward, having been set a massive target to win also. But now we have a wicket. Is it? Yes, it is a wicket. Now 94 for the loss of Forrest. Captain Lovell goes to a catch by Jaden Roberts off the bowling of Chad Williams. So they too will be cognizant of the fact that they have to be wary not to lose wickets, in clusters, despite the good batting conditions. As we said, it just takes one ball to get a wicket, and they have only got 6 left.
Yes, a very, very good afternoon, Wayne. I thank you very much for that introduction back. And there seems to be a lot of cricket action going down here at this Wanderers and Windward game going on. They just lost their captain, Wanderers, Jared Lovell, the Centurion, in the first innings. He departed for 43 runs. So a good game for him, one could say.
And it seemed to be a very entertaining knock too. If I go by the figures, it's 43 off 27 balls, 5 fours and a 6.
Wow, a very, very entertaining innings indeed. I'm sure that we would have loved to see that one win.
Morris 39 off 33. So these two seem to have been playing rather positively. Don't know if they are entertaining thoughts of overtaking that lead, that eventual lead. 276 it would have been. They would have been set to win. And already 97 for 4, and only 13.4 overs. So you can also take it that they may very well take the position that there's nothing to lose for them. Whatever points they have, they already have.
Yes, I'm sure that would be the thought process from this Wanderers side. Seeing the way that they're going about this inning so far, Joshua Morris and Jared Lovell, those two would have put on some runs in a hurry. And now Ian Boyce, he comes out to the middle and looks to do the same.
Well, yes, he a key member, a key performer for Wanderers so far this season. With both bat and ball, he's had some rather good outings. Interesting to see Chad Williams in the attack. Chad Williams up to a couple seasons ago, very much in the limelight, very much one of the leading left-arm spinners around. One notices he hasn't been doing that much bowling again of late, but his batting has certainly come on. A former Barbados youth captain, Chad Williams, and who has been around for a number of seasons now, playing his trade with the Windward club. Windward, who have done excellently. They've pushed their way up from the intermediate right up to the Elite Division.
Yes, an incredible run indeed from this Windward side. They've done so well in the past couple of seasons, as we see Joshua Morris just striking that one to the offside, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
Morris, I think now up to 43. Another one who has been there or thereabouts, and one who has promised a lot for a long time, Joshua Morris. You know, some of these names you hear and you recognize that these are very, very young men, but whose names you have been hearing for quite a while because the early start they would have had and the amount of coverage given to cricket here in Barbados. You can become part of the known to the local fraternity from as early as the primary school level, playing in that Herbert Griffith competition, and such has been the case with Joshua Morris.
Yes, most definitely Joshua Morris. You've been hearing his name buzzing around the cricket scene for so many years, Wayne. He's just been a prominent performer in cricket from the time he was in primary school at the Wesley Hall School, and he continues to perform. So he is one that you would not expect to be such a young man. He has to be just about 22, 21 years old.
Very early 20s.
Yes.
And recall seeing him captaining the Wesley Hall School in the final, a victorious Wesley Hall team too, in the Herman Griffith competition some years back. I always speak of Joshua Morris, of the memory of a shot, one shot he played, and on drive he played in that final, has remained forever etched in my memory. One of those memorable occasions I would have seen in cricket. It was an electrifying shot, and in the heat of the moment, the competition, the hype of the competitiveness, tremendous shot. I would never ever forget it. Joshua Morris.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wayne, I didn't see that shot, but I can tell you that it had to be an impressive and something that is very unseen from a junior cricketer and on drive, because many refer to it as the hardest shot
to play in cricket. Yes, they say.
The amount of balance that is required to play an on drive, the head positioning, so much goes into it. So if someone at the primary school level is capable of playing an on drive to impress you that much, it would have had to be truly remarkable.
Rashawn, I've seen many on drives. Too many, some may suggest. But here it is. He is there on a 43 not out. As I see the players heading in the direction, I think that is the western side of the windward ground. I'm not so sure if it, maybe the Bills remain on. So it's actually, it says here, drinks break in progress, with Wanderers now in their second innings. 103 for the loss of 4 wickets. Some 129 runs behind, having been set 232 for victory. With Morris there on 45 in the second innings. They have lost Jazz Griffith for 11. Leonard O'Garo for no score. Hayden Hart, he didn't make either. And Jared Lovell, a quick fire 43 from 27 balls. They would have been 22 for the loss of 3 wickets after only 5 overs before a partnership of some 72 between Lovell and Morris. Pulled things back somewhat for them. And as we head into what could very well be the final hour, as we've gone past the 4:30 time.
Yeah, so we see the players having a bit of a drink now.
I was looking earlier at the top run scorers in the competition. There may be a chance to look at the bowling up to this stage. Here we see leading the pack with 23 wickets, Jerome Jones of the Wildy side. Rondre Yearwood, who would have just been part of the Pickwick team here, he is in at the number 2 slot on 20 wickets at an average of 17.7. Andre Marshall has now pushed himself up into third with 18 wickets, average of 10.89. And Kemar Smith of the YMPC team, the defeated today, but Kemar Smith with some 18 wickets and completing the top 5. As a matter of fact, we've got 3 players all joint on 17. Desmond Currency of Wildy, Stephon Griffith of Superb Blend, Gladiola, and Matthew Jones, the Gladiola captain. But Stephon Griffith, whom I thought Rashawn would have been quite close and had to be in the conversation for a place in that Barbados 18 that has gone off to Dominica.
Yes, I'm sure that he would have been somewhere in the conversation amongst the selectors because of his recent performances. He continues to be a consistent performer for that Gladiola side. So I'm sure his name would have came up somewhere along the lines. Unfortunately, he didn't make the final cut, but he's still a relatively young man, Wayne. So I'm sure that he will be in the mix-up in future BCA teams and future BCA trials.
Well, I actually took some time during the week to find out a bit about Stephon Griffith because I myself was anticipating that he might have been in that lineup. He's 27 years old, which is good age for cricketers, good age for fast bowlers, heading to really the peak of what he can offer. So still a young man, and hopefully he will continue to improve, continue to put in the performances, and continue to keep his name um, on the lips of cricket fans and those most importantly the selectors.
Well, I'm sure that that will be on the mind of Stefan Griffith as well. He will be wanting to perform consistently for his side to continue keeping his name amongst those talked about in the Barbados cricket setup. But as we see on the screen, Empire, they're currently batting 134 for the loss of 3. Mario Kofi Hurdle, he's on strike.
Partnership with Revere Cottle, picking up a couple of runs. Dear Hurdle. So this one I suspect just going through the formalities definitely. Although UWI may be harboring thoughts of some quick wickets and really putting Empire under some pressure. Third and final day of the third series of matches in the BCA Domestic Elite competition, and it has been a lot of enthralling cricket across the grounds. Matches being played on excellent batting surfaces in the main, and the batters making good use in the majority of cases.
Yes, most definitely. You talked about those batters, Wayne, and we saw the likes of a Hans Campbell, who would have featured so heavily in this game, scoring that superb 147 in the first innings. I didn't get his exact score in his second innings. Do you know what he finished on?
Got 77 in the second innings.
77.
So yes, he had an excellent match.
Excellent match indeed, and I'm sure that he now earns his spot in yet another elite game for this UE side, because we know that he's normally one who features in the first division. But after that performance, there's no way that they drop him back down to the first division. So someone will have to go down because Hans Campbell is in the mix.
Well, somebody's down already. He certainly won't be. I think he's earned himself more than just the next series, a position in the next couple of series at least. But happy for him. He's been around and about that UE setup for a while. And of course, you know, runs the currency in cricket. And as good a player as you might look, you need to have those runs under your belt to make your position uncontested. And he has cemented himself, as you said, for the immediate future. Hans Campbell, good for him.
Very good knock indeed. Rivera Cottle, he's currently on 53 from 86. And I was to get back to what you were asking me a bit earlier, Wayne. You were asking me as if I know anything about Rivera Cottle, and most definitely a good mate of mine. I would have played a good set of games with him at the BCA youth level. Came up playing a lot of cricket with him. He obviously would be the year above me, so I know Rivera very, very well, and I'm happy to see him succeeding at the elite level.
Making the point to Andy that what I've seen of him, he seems to be very keen to play shots, a very excitable player.
Yes, that always has been one of his features. He loves to play shots. He's not one who likes to be restricted in his scoring. Even if a bowler is bowling well, he will look for ways to score, and he will continue to just put the pressure back on bowlers. So he is a batsman that thinks about how he approaches his batting, and he continues.
Jamali. Jamali Lynch.
Yes.
Jamali Lynch, the bowler operating in operation right now. Good return to the top level too. 4 wickets in the first innings.
Yes, Jamali Lynch, he's definitely one that brings some experience to this. He brings some experience to this UE side.
Returning to the top side, I think he was been campaigning at the lower division at the start of the season.
Yes, well, he normally campaigns in the lower division, but in the absence of some of their elite players, he's came in and he's performed as well. So is keen to see what this UE side will look like for the next series of games. I'll tell you what though, Wayne, I know that a lot of them are going to be absent because of the UE campus games.
Yes, I've heard I know of that.
Yeah, so Hans Campbell, he's one that would be off to the UE campus games.
I think Lynch may very well be one. Ricardo Boyce, the left arm pacer.
Well, Ricardo Boyce, he will not be going on tour. I think that he would have opted to stay back to play for UE.
I think missing this game because of some little niggle from my reports. Shamar Holder, the Barbados, and who had a one test with the West Indies, having some injury issues. He actually captained the team in the very first match. Has not been seen since because of continuing little niggles here and there. So he may very well be hoping to make a return while that team is away in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, I'm sure that he would be looking to make a return, and I do hope that he gets better soon. It's not easy for a fast bowler to sustain those injuries, and we know Shamar has been one who has been battling with a bit of niggles as of recent, so I just hope the best for him, and I hope that he gets better. Another over comes to an end though. 33 overs completed, 136 for 3.
As we move back to windward.
50 up for Joshua Morris. A fantastic 50 from just 44 deliveries. He has played very, very well, going out over a runner ball, and he brings up another 50, so he continues his good form in this competition. Joshua Morris is in excellent form, an excellent player, a wicketkeeper batsman he is. Wanderers still requiring 120 runs if they are to win this game, so we're in for a very, very exciting match here at Windward.
It would very well be interesting to know how many overs are left in the day's play. But 120 runs seemingly in sight. The weather is excellent. We know for a fact that at this time of year, the evenings stretch a lot longer as we continue to go deeper into the summer. So that would have in their favor no problems with the light, at least until 6 o'clock. With the weather that we have been enjoying, particularly today, it's now a glorious Saturday afternoon in Queen's Park, I can tell you that. But
well, not just today, Wayne. We've had the opportunity to have cricket for all 3 days in this series so far because of the excellent weather, and I think it's fair to say that the weather has been superb for this BCA Elite Division season so far. I don't think that we had any days rained out as yet, so we are very, very thankful for that. And I want to remove that as yet because I would like to say that we'll go through this whole season without losing many days. That's just my wish. But we've been blessed with good weather so far as we see another delivery struck for 4 by Joshua Morris, taking him up to 54 from 44 deliveries.
Lovely drive to the offside. Shad Williams is bowling. Of course, the season, the 3-day season starting at the very beginning of the local season this year, right in the midst of our dry period. So the chances of rain fairly minimal at this stage. But I know for a fact a number of groundsmen and people associated with clubs praying for at least some rain, not necessarily too much, but enough to offer some respite to the really parched outfields across the island.
Yes, I'm sure that some of the ground staff would be hoping for that, especially here at Queen's Park, because when we took a walk out on the field earlier, I know you had your walk and I had my walk slightly after you this morning. The outfield was just cracked up. It was dry. It was very, very parched. So I'm sure that the Queen's Park ground staff would be very, very happy for some rain here, as well as some other grounds in the island.
And I think every ground in the island, maybe with the exception of the Oval and Kensington Oval and the 3Ws Oval, where the conditions are of a much higher standard, where they have their built-in irrigation and their own watering system. But most of the other grounds across the island, I can tell, like I was telling Andy earlier, I happened to be at another ground during the week, and my first thought was, as I repeat what I told Andy, you know, I have this philosophy that cricket is a game about the ball, and that you should always have your eyes on the ball. The main implement in any cricket game is the ball. Keep your eyes on the ball. And when I went up onto this outfield earlier this week, the first thing I told myself is I can't watch the ball on here. I have to watch where I'm stepping. Because a couple of twisted ankles and knees very much not very far away. It was that bad. So, and as a matter of fact, when I walked onto the Spartan field earlier today, I told myself that this is not as bad. This is not quite as bad.
Well, that's the reality. Some of the viewers may be laughing, Wayne, but it is the reality indeed. Some very, very big cracks and potholes in some of the fields here in Barbados. So I'm sure that the ground staff would be very, very happy for some rain. And I am very happy that you didn't fall in any of them, Wayne, because that is the last thing that I would want to see you falling down, injuring yourself. So I'm very, very thankful for that.
Well, thanks for your concern, Rashawn. But as I said, I was keeping my eyes on the holes. And I'm also a bit of a hiker at times. So I know how to tread carefully through dangerous and treacherous terrain.
Well, you have to tell me a bit more, Wayne, because I'm one that's actually looking to get into some hiking. So perhaps you could let me know of some of the areas that you would have gone hiking before.
Well, my area, I specialize on the eastern side of the island. There's a stretch that goes, let's say, from Concept Bay in St. John right up to maybe, I think I've gone as far north as Shuri Village to start my hikes. So that terrain on the eastern side of the island along.
We just put a short pause in that, Wayne, but don't forget, but Ian Boyce has lost his wicket. He just went for a big one over the boundary, and it landed safely into the hands of that long-on fielder. So he has to go back to the pavilion. Wanderers fall to 119 for 5. Maxwell Lewis picking up his first wicket. So Boyce, he has to go back to the pavilion without making much impact to the scoreboard.
Yes, we see another wicket going down. So with 5 wickets down, as I said, we're not sure about the over situation, but we know that play can proceed to at the earliest of 5:30. And with 5 wickets down and getting down into the lower half of the batting, could be a tricky period for Wanderers to negotiate.
Yes, it could be a very, very tricky period indeed, as we see the new batsman coming out to the crease. That's Ray Matthews. Tall, fast bowler, or medium fast, some would say.
So Ian Boyce, who has been something of a talisman for Wanderers so far this season, outcaught by Jafari Toppin, the player coach of Maxwell Lewis's bowling for 7. He brings still the likes of Zephan Brown, Nikolai Charles, Jordan Niles, and Pius Emilion to come. So realistically, not a lot of batting.
Yes, I was about to say that sounds like the bowlers, the specialist bowlers just to come. Not many all-rounders I'm hearing in that tale, so I'm sure that the windward side will be eyeing this, but I'll tell you what, still a very, very exciting game that we can have on our hands, as Wanderers just require 113 runs for victory. It's currently 4:56, so just about half hour of play left in the day.
And again, we're not sure how many overs there are still remaining, because the play can very well go beyond 5:30.
That is very true, but this Wanderers side seem to be going after it from what I've seen so far, Wayne. A lot of aggression being displayed. Oh, and that is a peach from Maxwell Lewis. Just beating everyone, beats the batsman and the wicketkeeper, but Wanderers pick up 2 byes from it.
We await the umpire, who is now going to signal byes, but yes, that one, as you said, defeating the batter and the keeper. One, I think, from Lewis. It might have been the googly, going away from the left-handed battering Ray Matthews. Not read by the keeper. Might have been guilty of getting up a bit too early from my observation here.
Yes, that's Latrell Greenwich behind the stumps. That's a flowing drive there from Ray Matthews, and they jog through for the first run. Settling for one, bringing Morris back into strike.
Maxwell Lewis, leg spin. One of the rare leg spinners in the local highest division. So Morris, the man charged with maintaining the Wanderers' effort. The one specialist batsman left in the order. He's already on 55 off only 46 deliveries.
That one is driven beautifully straight back past the bowler. And Morris picks up another 4. So that reminds me of that on drive that you were talking about earlier. He just demonstrated it again, and it's something that he's possessed from a very young age, Wayne.
Yeah, just a bit of a sample. Not played with the same flair of that particular shot that I constantly speak about. But nonetheless, playing it straight down the ground, and seems to be a good player down the ground in that V, that proverbial V that we speak of so often.
Yes, and he got into a very, very good position to play that shot, because it takes a good position, good head positioning, and get into the pitch of the ball to hit a leg spinner.
Just was very, very well observed. The leg spinner. Actually, you're playing against the turn, so you have to be quite close to the pitch of the ball. And to his credit, keeping the face of the bat to the ball. No, there's this old saying: the best way to counter bowling is to play the ball back to where it has come from, or to seek to play the ball back to where it has come from.
Absolutely, that is the best way to play indeed. That way you're always playing it with a straight bat. You can never be caught going across the ball if you're hitting it back where it comes from, because if it comes from straight and you hit it back straight, you know that you're in a good position to hit it. So that is a good bit of advice for any young batsman.
Next thing you want to do is play it on the ground, most likely.
My mom always
for safety.
My mom always tells me, man, that you can't get caught on the ground unless it's a snail.
Well, you must sound like a philosopher.
Yes, hitting the ball on the ground is always the safest option.
Play straight and you'll never go wrong, the great Prof Edwards always used to say.
Prof Edwards.
Richard Prof Edwards, former Wanderers fast bowler, West Indies, had a short stint for West Indies. Now the pitch consultant at Kensington Oval, the senior pitch consultant at Kensington Oval. Richard Prof used to be an analyst in radio commentary. So he served the game in many different areas. As we see what looks like maybe a drop catch. Chance going a begging there to keeper Greenwich. As Matthews looking to play off the back foot to Williams. And the keeper spilling it and looking for a second grab, unable to hold on.
Short delivery there from Williams, but I'm sure that they'd be very disappointed with that drop catch. They could have been one step closer to a victory, a late victory in day 3. Both sides hunting for victory. Who will come out on top?
I guess this could very well be quite a thrilling finish. You know, Rashawn, this Shad Williams, as I mentioned, played for the Barbados youth team as a left-arm orthodox spinner. He took quite a number of wickets. I think there's actually one season when he was the leading wicket taker in the regional competition. And then I hadn't seen him for a while. And then the next time I saw him, he was actually bowling wrist spin, left arm wrist spin, looking to bowl Chinaman and Googlies. So transforming himself more or less mid-career.
Yes, and it's something that we've seen recently in Barbados cricket. We talked about Jerome Jones a lot, switching from being a pacer to a spinner, and then the likes of Chad Williams, who you talked about switching from that orthodox to unorthodox bowling action. And I suspect that is to make himself different because there are obviously a lot of orthodox bowlers, so he opted to go the other way. Not many unorthodox bowlers that I can call in Barbados cricket, Wayne.
Particularly left arm.
Left arm, I'm thinking about it now, and not many are coming to mind at all.
At least not at the highest level, not in the elite level. Can we think if maybe someone maybe listening to us and telling themselves, but how come they forgot XYZ?
It's true.
You know, but not a skill, very a practice skill among a lot of players here on island. We got another wrist spinner here from coming on to bowl. This time is right arm wrist spin of Ethan Wood. Leg spin and goalie bowler, right arm.
Yes, Ethan Wood loves to give the ball a bit of flight. See that flight there, beautiful delivery to start with, just pitching in front of the batsman, turning sharply away.
Need to tell listeners or viewers that we are back at Bank Hall.
Yes, we are back at Bank Hall where we are playing 3s and 4s.
Empire up against the University of the West Indies.
Another good delivery there from Wood, that one turning all the way to first slip.
You can call it a last day pitch, although we must inform that it is a freshly prepared pitch today. This game having started last weekend, the first 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. And then continuing today with a freshly prepared pitch. But
Wood just gets a bit too full there, and Cottle gives it the full treatment, hitting that one all the way out of Bank Hall for 6 runs. He cashes in on what was a rank full toss.
Well, yes, throwing everything at it. You see a lot of effort went into that shot as he really swung into the shot there. Rivera Cottle. Wood with 1 for 31 from 5.4 overs. .293 for 8 and 207 for 7. So declaring in both innings here, UWI.
Yes, a good batting performance this game from UWI. They've really improved on their batting, particularly in this game. Hans Campbell into the side and immediately scores 100, followed by a half century. So he has really spearheaded this batting attack.
Wood to Cottle. Still looking to show some enterprise. Rivera Cottle in partnership with the more senior Kofi Hurdle. This pair coming together with the total 117. It's now 158. With Hurdle scoring 22 of those. The end of yet another over. So we operated somewhat in the dark as far as the number of overs left in this one. What we can tell you is that Empire required another 133 runs.
Yes, that's known for sure. Still looks to be a decent bit of sunlight over at Empire.
pavilion fairly buzz, somewhat of a buzz going on in the after game atmosphere.
Well, you know that's the traditional thing to do after cricket here in Barbados, where the guys just have a lime afterwards, have a few beverages, just talk about what has happened over the past 3 days.
There have been some complaints I've heard from some of my vintage about you young people not sticking around after the cricket games and discussing the cricket, where you learn so much from, especially from the more experienced players. I don't know what you would be saying in your defense, Rashawn.
You said the young people not sticking around.
Sticking around, yeah, discussing cricket and learning a lot of the ins and outs of the game.
Well, I honestly would agree with that. It is a true statement because I myself don't like to hang around too late after cricket, and I know a lot of other guys my age don't like to do it. But it's not because we don't like to socialize, Wayne. It's just typically that a lot of the guys are older. As we look around this club room, a lot of the guys would be more so you and Andy's demographic. So obviously we can learn from them, but it's not the most. It's not our preferred demographic. So what we end up doing a lot of the times is just going elsewhere and liming. It's not that we don't lime, just that we lime amongst ourselves.
Oh, well, yes, but it was not the liming that is the important thing. The important thing is the learning.
Learning, correct.
Because I myself was your age at one point, and I would have played at the highest level when I was your age. And I spent many hours sitting at the feet of the more learned, experienced players and taking in their experiences. And as I said, that is one of the complaints that have been made against your vintage. Not that I taking a position on the other matter. But that has been a regular complaint.
Well, it is a valid complaint.
These are changing times. These are changing times.
Indeed.
But as I said, I was quite content to sit down in the dressing room and listen to Collis King and Eddie Jones and Joel Garner and the likes. As I said, Arlington Hunt. I mean, I have learned so much from a guy called Arlington Hunt, who is not a big name, but a man who understood this game of cricket to such a level. And I was, like I said, literally prepared to sit at their feet and taking all they had to learn. I'm going to pass it on now to Andy Payne to join you to defend his. I think I have done a good job of defending my demographic. I'm going to ask Andy now to sit in with you, and he will take up his own defense.
Well, I'm sure that Andy would have a lot to say about what I know said, because he doesn't seem to like that comment very much about your guys' demographic. Empire, though, they continue on 161 for 3, requiring a further 130 runs. Kofi Hurdle, he's there on 25 from 33. Rivera Cottle, he's continuing on 62 from 106. And the bowler is Raydon Bellamy. As we say, a very, very good afternoon back to Andy Payne. Andy, how you doing?
I'm excellent there, Rashawn, from the eldest demographic.
I did not use that word elder, Andy. I just said your guys' demographic. I'm sure that you guys are still very youthful. Maybe not in the context of my demographic, but you guys are still very, very youthful in the grand scheme of things. But let's go back to that conversation about the youngsters not liming after cricket. Is it something that you tend to see these days too?
Yeah, 100%. It's something that is not a stable feature nowadays. Like Wayne told you, the hours that he would have put in learning his trade, that apprenticeship, when you would have the senior pros coming back, and you really just was so intrigued to hear their way of going about their trade. And that was good dressing room learning, really. And obviously, a lot more learning was done in that kind of setting than probably just playing in the middle and not understanding your own game.
Well, I completely agree with that statement, Andy. I definitely believe that there is a lot to learn about cricket from older persons. There's always stuff to learn from older persons, and it's something that my generation typically could indulge in a bit more. I recently found myself doing it actually after the Keith Boyce Memorial Tournament. I had a long conversation with Mr. Vincent Bullen. I'm sure that you'll be very familiar with him. Do you know him, first of all?
Of course, I know Vincent Bullen well. Do you know that Vincent Bullen is very much a Spartan man?
I do actually, because I came here and I saw his picture. He's on the board. I can't remember what was his position, but he's on the board for some role. Let me get the exact position now, but I did not know when I was speaking to him. But when I went on social media, I found out that he was very much a Spartan man.
Secretary, is he?
I think he's one of those roles.
But yeah, so Vincent Bullen, I mean,
Yes, he is the
he's
secretary.
yes?
Yes. Yes, but Vincent Bullen, I was saying that I had a conversation with him and I found myself learning so much. He was telling me about his endeavors as a cricket umpire and about how cricket helped him to travel to 141 countries, I think it was. I may be wrong, I may stand corrected, but 140 something countries. Vincent Bullen told me that cricket took him all over the world and the stuff that he learned from it, and he was educating me on things of the past that I was not too knowledgeable on. He was telling me about the Stafford tournament, about how that tournament was such a big thing back in the day, and but now how obviously the downside of it and what ended up happening with the pioneer of that tournament. But I learned so much history. He was telling me about a cricket ground in Guyana that he enjoyed so much. I cannot remember the name of it right now at this very moment, but he was telling me there was a ground in Guyana used for international cricket back in the days.
Was it not Everest?
Everest. I'm not sure, you know. Let me see if I can find it now.
But yes, but again, things that you would not have learned from your demographic.
Yes, things that you would not have learned. So after that interaction, I was definitely telling myself that I could do a bit more of these conversations with guys like Mr. Bullen. There's definitely a lot to learn. So I and a few other guys would definitely have to sit down and have a talk with some of the older guys after cricket. There's always so much to learn.
I mean, let's go to this game here now, as we are on the screen with Rivera Cottle being another 163. And here he is in the middle of someone of the L of Kofi Hurdle. But before that, he would have batted with Kevin Stout. And Stout is one of probably the last lot that still sticks around. As you probably saw Kevin Stout at the final in the Diamond Corner in the Keith Boys tournament well after the game had finished. And also you saw him at the Wanderers in the first round, one of the players who still very much stick around. And a lot of learning carries on in those kind of environments. And I'm sure a player like Rivera Cottle, he must be happy to be in the company of someone like Kevin Stout.
Yes, I'm sure that everyone on this Empire team would be very happy to be in the company of someone like Kevin Stout. He's one that brings so much experience to any side that he plays on. He brought experience to that Keith Boys side, Shannon, and he brings that experience to this Empire side. Sorry, he continues to educate the younger demographic, the younger generation. And when I did an interview with him at the Keith Boys final, he just told me about how his role in the team is more so a leadership role, whereas he's not playing for his personal performances. He continues to perform, but he was telling me that is not the main goal. It's now about getting the younger guys to go on and explore their fullest potential. So Kevin Stout continues to be a role model, one could say, in Barbados cricket.
Yeah, he's very much a stable there at the Bank Hall home. But obviously, again, if you can stick around to hear his stories and again his upbringing, the likes of his dad, late great Richard Stout, and how he would have stuck around at the Carlton ground his junior years, coming from Ersley School, and the knowledge that he gained, that he could have taken into his practices. And this is what some of the youngsters are missing. I think, like I said, leadership is something that we found ourselves in a quandrum here in Barbados, where we don't have that much leaders in terms of cricket, and it's something that we continue to speak about. When you go around club teams and there's that uncertainty as to who we would look to be a leader. But this is where, in that era, where you had pretty much everyone was a leader based on the learnings of the senior people there before you.
Yes, most definitely. There is so much to learn from the older guys in the team like Kevin Stout, and he continues to do what he has to do to lead the younger generation. And it's not just him. There's other guys who continue to lead, but 50 runs partnership between these two, Kofi Hurdle and Rivera Cottle. Contribution of 29 from Kofi Hurdle and Rivera Cottle contributing 17. So this partnership is really growing for this Empire side.
Yeah, and it seems to be petering out into could be a team draw, still requiring another 124 runs. I'd be interested to know the full amount of overs are accessible to the Empire team. As you see, Hans Campbell trundling some off spinners, not one known to be a frontline bowler. He's coming in to probably trying to break this partnership. Is Hans Campbell, a new bowler?
Well, yeah, that's what you would call him, a partnership breaker. I wouldn't really call him an off spinner. He's more so a part-time bowler that you bring in and just toss in the dice, see if something happens. So I'm sure that the UE side will be looking for something to happen here. Doesn't have a bad action at all, as we see one hit down to that long on fielder, but it goes all the way to the boundary into the ropes for 3 runs.
Yeah, remembering boundaries are 3s and 4s at the Bank Hall ground. And one giving a bit of ear, and Kofi Hurdle really capitalizing on that. Like you said, Hans Campbell not known for his bowling prowess, but just trundling a few. Like I said, really trying to break a partnership here.
Yes, Andy, but back to what we were speaking about earlier. The name of the cricket ground now came back to me. Are you familiar with the Border Cricket Ground in Georgetown, Guyana?
Of course, I'm very familiar with Border. Border and Everest are known to be the two known grounds in Guyana for cricket. Border, rich history. It used to be a wooden floor, really, at Border, a wooden floor around the stands. And I can tell you what was used to be said about Border. It used to be bad for drainage, so any amount of rain, it was known to really rain out cricket at Border in Guyana.
Well, I did not even know that that ground existed until Vincent Bulling told me about it. He referred to it as the most beautiful cricket ground he ever umpired at, and he just told me about how lovely the views were at Border and how enjoyable cricket used to be there, and he educated me. So I was just saying that I really find it valuable having those conversations with guys like him who obviously would be so experienced in the cricket arena, and I definitely think that more guys my age could do with conversations like that. As we see another wicket falling for this Wanderers side. 2 new batsmen at the crease, actually. Nikolai Charles, new batsman to the crease, joining Jordan Niles. So 2 new batsmen as Wanderers find themselves in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it seems like Windward are pushing for a victory here. Wanderers still requiring another 84 runs. I don't think the runs will come into the equation here. But more importantly, it's the 3 wickets that Windward would like to get the better of the Wanderers side. Nikolai Charles, another one of those veterans that we've been speaking about in the lineups. And the youthful Jordan Nells facing up to Chad Williams, who just picked up that wicket. And Chad is picking up a second. So, say the Windward team, it seems to be a bit cock-a-hoop. You see them all on the attack. They've got some 4 close catchers in. As Chad Williams, he'll be bowling to the new batter, Nikolai Charles.
Yes, a very attacking field indeed, and it lets you know exactly the intentions of this Windward side. That's Micah Greenwich at Silly. It looks to be player coach Jafari Topping at first slip. I may stand corrected. It's Jafari Topping at leg slip, actually.
Correct.
That's Joshua Branch at short leg. Former Barbados on a 19 and on 17 representative. New into this Windward side. Loud appeal. And umpire gives him the Wanderers side celebrating jubilation. They pick up another wicket. The Windward side actually celebrating jubilation. Wanderers lose another wicket. Nikolai Charles has to go back to the pavilion for a duck. A delivery that just slid onto his pad and umpire did the rest. He has to go back in. Wanderers fall to 148 for 8.
Yes, further trouble here for the Wanderers side, losing Nikolai Charles. A judge leg before wicket to Chad Williams. Just looking to come onto the front foot there and seems to have missed the ball completely. And umpire Junior Grimes raising the dreaded finger. So yet another wicket to go down to the Wanderers side. So 8 of them now. So just further 2 wickets required for what could be another victory in this series of matches.
Yes, a lot of victories in this series so far. We already saw Wildy defeating that side in their game. We saw Spartan also winning their game over the ESAF Pickwick. So it's been a series filled with wins, and Windward look to march on to another win in this series. So we'll see what happens. They just required 2 wickets of victory. Wanderers still require 84 runs.
Yes, it's Pius Emilian. He's going to be the new batter coming into the middle. Like you said, victories, outright victories so far in the round. Wildy getting the better of YMPC. Gladiola getting the better of the BCA Youth. And Spartan here over the Pickwick side. Emilian, he'll be the man trying to defy the Windward side of a victory. As Jordan Nells, he's just faced up 1 ball. But Chad Williams, the man who's really now doing the damage, picking up some 2 wickets in this over.
So Pius Emilian just gears up to face his first delivery. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner. Who wins the battle? Starts with a short delivery down the leg side, bringing 24 overs to an end, 148 for 8.
Yes, again, we are not privy to the information as in terms of overs remaining in this innings. But what I can tell you is that they still are required. Let's get the runs required. So 148 for 8. So required 84 runs. But more importantly, 2 wickets needed by the Windward side. It's going to be Maxwell Lewis. He's going to continue. He's picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 39 from 6 overs. He'll be bowling to Jordan Nells.
Yes, Jordan Nells, we know what sort of batsman he is. A very aggressive batsman. But this innings today requires a different role from him. He just needs to stand up and bat and see if he can bat the remainder of the day. As you said, we don't know how many overs are remaining in this game. But I'm sure that how many ever overs it is, Nells will be looking to battle to see his team to a draw.
So Lewis just bowling a full pitch delivery, and Nells just hitting it into the cover region. You saw the bowler hands on head, so probably would have gone pretty close to a feeder. But it brings the left-handed Emilian into strike to face up to the leg spin of Maxwell Lewis.
Yes, and a very attacking field for Emilian as well, for both batsmen in fact. Short fielders on both sides of the wicket, along with a first slip fielder. So Windward all out on the gas, going for this win with just less than half hour left of play in the day. Stifle appeal there, but umpire is unfazed by it. And we just see the bowler scampering back to his mark, so we can tell that this Windward side wants to bowl and they want to go after this victory.
Yes, just a bit of urgency, really, as they try to force this victory. The Windward side, the home team, on this occasion. Seems to be branding another attacking fielder. Seems like a leg slip being employed now.
Yeah, so 4 close fielders around the bat.
See Emilian playing a sweep shot. Just await the signal from the umpire as they come back for a couple. It's buys. So not gathered cleanly by the keeper.
That's Latrell Greenwich behind the stumps. Wanderers requiring a further 81 runs. I don't think that will be in the minds of their heads though. Delivery just struck past the bowler and Emilian sprints to get off of strike.
Remember, this stream is coming to you, the Barbados Cricket Association, in conjunction with the Bell Imagery, and we're operating from Queen's Park, where we are showing you a live game at the Windward Ground in Lucas Street, St. Philip, where Wanderers are trying to enforce a victory against the visiting Wanderers side. Delivery driven, so a single to close out that over. The Wanderers, they're 152 for 8 Actually, that's gone for 4 to close out the over. So 4 more to the good. 160 for 8 at the end of that over. 25 overs completed. They still require another 76 runs.
Yes, another 76 runs required, and Windward just requiring 2 wickets to win, so I'm sure that Windward will be backing themselves to win this game. As Maxwell Lewis continues to Jordan Niles. Fast delivery, he cuts that one, comes for 1 run, settles for 1 run.
Yeah, so now the over is completed. So at the end of it, they're 160 for 8. Chad Williams, the main wicket taker, 3 for 60, and Lewis, 2 for 49. So, like you said, it will be of interest as to how many overs are left in this day's play. Wanderers trying to push. Sorry, Windward trying to push for that victory there, Rashawn.
Yes, Chad Lewis, as you mentioned, returning. He's the wicket taker, so I'm sure he'll be looking to clean up this innings here for this Windward side, secure an outright victory. Wanderers, they'll look to do the opposite and defy Windward from getting these full points. Pius Emilian and Jordan Niles, 2 of the tail enders here, trying to save it for this Wanderers side. 4 fielders surrounding the bat. Flighted delivery, and it beats Emilian.
Just in defense, quietly in defense, is Emilian. Just trying to save this game for his team.
Yes, and we saw 3 flighted deliveries from Chad Williams, so I don't think it's much longer till we see slower, a faster, flatter one. That just looked to be slightly faster, but I don't think that was it as yet.
Okay, just quietly in defense is Jordan Niles. So obviously not playing the type of aggressive innings that we know he's so accustomed to. More just trying to save out the game. So that over comes to an end. At the end of it, they're 161 for 8.
We now make a trip back over to Bank Hall, where the Empire side go up against the UWI. Empire continue marching on at 186 for 3 in 43 overs, requiring a further 105 runs if they are to secure a victory. Kofi Hurdle and Rivero Cotto putting on a really good partnership here. Hurdle contributing 34. Cotto, he's on 78 from 120 balls. Really building a fantastic innings, and I love to see him get to 3 figures before the evening comes to an end.
Yes, the young man has played an excellent knock, 78 of 120 deliveries. I'm sure he would like to get up to that century, like you said, before the close of play. Here is a ball struck through the offside from the part-timer of Hans Campbell, but 1 is all it'll be. This is a feeler in the deep, doing excellent work to getting the ball back into the keeper. But Cottle takes his tally up to 79. So some 21 runs are required if he's going to get up to that century before the end of play.
Yes, and if he does get to that century, that would be his second for this BCA season because he would have already scored one in the intermediate division, which earned him that promotion to this elite division game. So I'm sure he'd be eyeing that century and put his name as a permanent fixture in this Empire Elite side. Delivery just struck firmly down to that long on fielder from Hurdle. Comes for one.
Well, struck back over the bowler's head, but the man from long off comes in. So just another single. Just extending the arms there. So you go for a bit of an aggressive shot. Not timing it as well as you would like. And just picking up a single, but moves to the 80s. He's on 80.
Flighted delivery there from Campbell, and that one is tugged into the leg side from Kofi Hurdle, and it goes into the boundary for 3 runs. Hurdle continues his positive batting.
There's 3 more runs to Kofi Hurdle. The boundaries are 3s and 4s at the Empire ground. So we're getting up closer to his half century as well. He's on 38. And just bearing that score, the required runs beyond the 100 mark for the Empire, as their target now is some 99 runs.
Yes, I'm very keen to know if this Empire side will be going after those runs or if they're just settling for a draw. But at this hour, it seems to be a bit out of the picture at 5:34 p.m. I'm sure that the umpires will be looking to call play at any time in the near future.
Yeah, like I said, we don't have that information. The number of overs available. It's going to be Ethan Wood, leg spinner. He's going to continue. Going into Hurdle. Ethan Wood, one of those players who just gained elevation as well to the Elite Division. He's coming up to the first division for the UBC team. See the ball just played into the offside there by Kofi Hurdle.
Yes, Ethan Wood, as you mentioned, recently called up to this Elite Division side, replacing Javid Leacock, who would have sustained a slight injury. But Wood, he's no slouch at all. Very capable leg spinner. Capable of taking wickets. But on that occasion, Hurdle pulls him through the leg side to pick up another 4 runs. He goes up to 42. Eases his way closer to a half century.
Yeah, just short in length, the leg spinner. And being able to dispatch that one through the mid-wicket region for 3. Remember, boundaries are 3s and 4s. So as I said, inching closer to that half century. This time a delivery outside the off stump. And just played quietly into the offside. So Wood, he's into his 10th over. He's picked up 1 for 50. Good delivery on that occasion. Just going through to the keeper. He's playing a miss. It's Kofi Hurdle.
Lovely sweep shot there from Kofi Hurdle, and that one will go all the way over the ropes to pick up 4 runs. Lovely shot there, down on one. He's sweeping that one over the ropes for 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot by Kofi Hurdle. Like we said, a man who's been very much in good form, coming off of a century in the first round of matches and inching closer to a half century here in this closing session here at Bank Hall. He's on 46. That's Ethan Wood. It's going a bit expensive. Delivery played into the offside quietly to close out the over. As at the end of it, Empire's 200 with that boundary also wearing up to 200 for the Empire side. A&A Auto Express Empire, they're 200 for 3, requiring another 91 runs.
Yeah, so Empire, I'm sure they'll be looking to just draw this game at this point. But I would not know. Rivera Cotto, one thing for sure though, I'm sure he'd be looking to get to that century, as so would any other batter. Just 20 runs required. Not much time left in the evening, so I'm sure he'll look to push on to get to those 3 figures and raise his bat for the 2nd time this season. It would be a wonderful achievement for the young man.
Yep, it would be a nice achievement for Rivera Cotto indeed. One who narrowly missed out on selection for the Barbados on the 19th a year ago. Wayne spoke richly on his shot selection in the earliest stint. What a stroke maker he really is, Rivera Cotto. And one who's really coming into his own. He's also a young wicket-keeper batter, and he also bowls a bit of medium pace.
Yes, he also bowls a bit of medium pace. We'd see that more on a night in tape ball. Fancies himself as a fast bowler, but during the day, he's more so of a wicket-keeper, a very capable one. Hans Campbell continuing, bowling a flighted delivery.
Just like you said, a bit of a trundler is Hans Campbell. Not the authentic off spinner coming over the top. Just a few trundles as you see that one struck high. Someone seems to be getting under it. It's Cotto.
He goes for 80 runs from 123 balls. So what was a fantastic innings from Rivera Cotto unfortunately comes to an end. A flighted delivery from Hans Campbell does the trick, and he holds down on that long off boundary, so he has to go back to the pavilion for a well-played 80 from 123.
Yeah, so the part-timer in Campbell just really tossing that one up, and Cotto trying to get under it, couldn't get all of it, and he succumbed to the feeder there at long off. So Campbell picks up a wicket, and Cotto, he makes his way back into the dugout. So still 91 runs required. He says the shadow seems to be lengthening there at Bank Hall, but 1 wicket to the good of Hans Campbell as Empire loses a 4th.
Well, that's what we talked about earlier. Hans Campbell just coming in to do the captain a favor and see if he can take a wicket. So he's done, picking up that prize wicket of Rivera Cotto.
Yes, a young man who's just eaching in on that 100, but wasn't able to get there, losing his wicket for 80 runs. Brings Mario Albert to the crease. Albert, the new batter. So, for that wicket, just needs to see the interest in the other game. Remember, 3 games already completed, victorious for 3 teams, as we head back up to the Windward ground in St. Philip, Lucas Street at Jordan Nells. He's doing the battle for his team. He's quickly moved up to 23 from 22. So as we said, he might be trying to secure the draw. He still managed to be doing the scoring.
Well, Jordan Nells really playing a positive innings here, but he's still being very watchful for his team, which is exactly what they would need. On a normal day, he would have, I'm sure, about 44 from 23, but today he has 23 from 23, so just striking at a runner ball. He's doing a very, very good job here for his team. I'm sure that the skipper would be happy and would want him to continue. Chad Williams, though, on the other hand, he's hunting for that other wicket. Those other 2 wickets, actually, already having 3 for 41.
Just pull that one through the mid-wicket region for a single. So 2 deliveries. Left in this over from Chad Williams. Brings the left-handed pass Emilian into strike. He's on 6. Still requiring another 52 runs. The overs would be of the interest. Delivery just work into the onside. Just close to my Like a Greenwich there at short leg. But this Emilian just trying to close out this over from Chad Williams. Williams 3 for 42. As that one is played just short of the feeder at short leg. So yeah, another over comes in and 30 overs completed. The Wanderers 180 for 8.
Yes, 180 for 8. Wanderers fighting not to be defeated here in this game. They continue with Jordan Nels and Pius Emilian at the crease. These two guys are doing a good job in the tail, just battling, ensuring that Wanderers does not get bowled out.
Well, that's the intention, really. You just need to see it to the close of play. He said, we are not at liberty to give you the amount of overs remaining. But we know it's gone beyond the 5:30 time. But it's just the mandatory 15 overs in the final hour. This is what you're playing with Maxwell Lewis, the leg spinner. It's Brian Nulls forward. And that one just skirts into the outside for yet another dot delivery. Full pitch, dispatch. That's gone for a maximum.
Yes, Nels just cashing in on a rank full toss, just hitting that one all the way over the boundary for 6 runs. So really and truthfully easy scoring there for Nels. Carries his tally up to 30 from 27 deliveries. He continues to bat for this Wanderer side.
Oh yeah, loose delivery from the leg spinner Maxwell Lewis. And given the treatment, Jordan Nels is getting into a good position and hit that one well over the mid-wicket. We know the type of player that Jordan Nels is. He's not going to just wander dying. Wanderers still requiring another 40-odd runs if they're going to put this 46. But again, it's just about the time remaining, the amount of overs left in this encounter. But Jordan Nels, he's a man who can really pull it off if he stood there.
See an expansive drive over the offside from Nels, but he only pick up 1 run.
Max Lewis, he'll be searching for a 3rd wicket, try to get his team further into this encounter. Left-handed pass Emilian Wicks. Wasn't quite ready, so he pulled away. Full delivery, Brian Emilian forward, no run. On the back foot on that occasion, but getting some bat on it. So yeah, another over completed. Wanderers, they're 187 for 8, 31 overs bowled, still requiring further 45 runs for victory. Maxwell Lewis 2 for 70 from 10. Pius Emilian, he's a 6, and Jordan Niles on 31.
Yes, this Wanderer side requiring still 45 runs, which now looks to be more in reach at this point in the evening. If Nels can continue to stand up here and bat, who knows? Wanderers may be in for an epic run chase here or even a victory. But windward, they'll be trying their best to prevent that as Chad Williams continues picking up 3 for 42 already in his 11 overs. Both sides going at it head and head.
Yeah, I'd be interested if they were going to bring back the right-hand off spinner and Griffith. Griffith, who's managed quite a few wickets in this game. And with the left-handed Emilian there, you would think that they would want to turn to their off spinner if they're going to have a go against the left-hander. But it's going to be Chad Williams to continue, as you rightfully said. And he'll be bowling to Jordan Niles. Niles, he's on 31, just saying, enforcing another feeder on the offside. A silly mid-off comes into play. So it's a slip, a gully, and a silly mid-off. flighted delivery there, and Charles Williams seems to pick up the man. Jordan Nels going for the big shot. Seems to have held out there too long off. He's got to make his way back into the match. So losing the 9th wicket, the Wanderers side, the important wicket of Jordan Nels caught in the deep off the bowling of Chad Williams. And Wanderers find themselves in further trouble, 187 for 9.
Nels just playing a shot too many. Losing his wicket there, bringing the last batsman into play for this Wanderers side, Stefan Brown. But a good innings there from Nels comes to an end. Windward is closer to what could be a victory here at their home ground.
See who's that? So Jaden Roberts seems to be the man taking the catch. Jordan Nels caught by Jaden Roberts in the deep off the bowling of Chad Williams. And Brown, Stefan Brown, he's a new batter making his way into the middle now. As I said, not sure how many overs are remaining, but what we can tell you is that Wanderers, they've just one wicket left, and the Windward side will be very cock-a-hoop. You can see all the fielders and waiting. That's awaiting the arrival of Brown. So Jordan Nels, he'll be very disappointed to have lost his wicket at this stage, as Windward inches closer to a victory.
That's the last batsman at the crease now, young Stefan Brown. And we see a very aggressive field set. Silly. 2 slips in place. Short leg. 5 fielders around the bat. 4 fielders around the bat.
There's Stefan Brown, like you said, the new batter. A delivery outside the off-stump, just slightly giving some air. But he would want to attack the stumps. I'm sure Chad Williams, that will be his ploy. You need to get him playing at these deliveries. 1 wicket required for victory for the Windward team out of Lucas Street in St. Philip. Here is Chad Williams. Delivery just on the back foot and defended is Brown. No run resulted. So Stefan Brown. Wanderers still needing 45 runs. That definitely is going up the equation with this pair of Emilian and Brown. Obviously with Nels there, they had a chance. Delivery and he's on the back foot. Stoutly defended. So yeah, another over comes and then Wanderers there, 187 for 9. Chad Williams picking up a 4th wicket.
Yes, Andy, and I'll tell you what, over at the other game at Empire, there has been a draw. Players have shaken hands and that game is over, bringing this game to be the last one currently still in play. Windward hunting for a victory. Just 1 wicket required.
Well, 1 wicket required. Just like you said, not sure the amount of time left in this game. It's past a million. He's going to be the striker. It's like Maxwell Lewis still expected to continue. Flight to delivery driven through the offside. One's gone to the boundary for 4. So flowing drive from past a million. Flight to delivery. Getting through the onside and picking up a boundary is past a million. He takes his total up to 10. 191 for 9. Maxwell Lewis, tell you, said the shadows have really lengthened here. It's all about time remaining. Do they have enough time to pick up this 1 wicket with Sean Hackett?
Well, only time will tell, Andy.
Good delivery there from Lewis. It's full. Emilian is forward. No run resulting.
Can really see the urgency from this Windward side. Just scampering to get the ball back to the bowler.
Is stoutly defended. Latrell Greenwich, the wicket keeper, picks up on the bounce. Get that ball, like you said, with urgency back down to Maxwell Lewis. 3 deliveries completed. 3 more to go in this over. Here is Lewis. Outside the all-star leg spinner, spinning back into the left-hander, but cut behind point. And should be able to come back for a second. So again, good work by Emilian. Just getting that ball behind point to pick up a couple. said, it's all about time remaining. Another good delivery, gets his man on the back foot. And stoutly defended there by Emilian. Looks the part, looks up for the fight. And final delivery left. We've seen another man coming into the outside. There's a silly point, there's a silly mid-off. Delivery outside the outside and allow that one to go through to the keeper. So he over-completed, 33 completed. I tell you, they're 193 for 9. Be interested to see what's happening here, as there seems to be a shake of hands, is it? A shake of hands. So this game as well is completed. A draw, the result. Getting as close as 1 wicket required, the windward side. So this one is done and dusted as well. A draw. Closing the innings at 193 for 9. The Wanderers.
Yes, Andy, so we've seen 3 wins and 2 draws in this series of games in what has been an exciting round of cricket. But with that, that brings round 3 of the BCA Elite Division to an end. And we say good evening to the viewers. We'll see you back here next week.